The title of our presentation is 47 Powers of Atma described in Jainism, which indicates its holographic structure. I am Dr. Surendra Singh Pokharna and I have colleague Sri Ramesh Bhai Shah, and we are from Science and Spirituality Research Institute, Ahmedabad, India, Dr. Daulat Singh Kothari Institute for Research and Education, Udaipur, India, and Jain Academy of Scholars, India. I dedicate this presentation to my grandmother, Srimati Bhurbaiji, my parents, Shriman Balwant Singh Ji Sahab Pokharna and Srimati Lahar Kumar Ji Pokharna, Bua Sahab Mohan Devi Ji Chaudhary and Fupa Sahab Sri Daulat Singh Ji Sahab Chaudhary, who have shown seeds for doing this type of work. The foundation of this work was laid down through blessings from following gurus and motivators who have inspired me to take up this work in a very serious way. They are आचार्य कनकनंद जी महाराज साहब, आचार्य नानालाल जी महाराज साहब, हमारे श्री महेश योगी जी, पूजनीय कांजी स्वामी, आचार्य श्री तुलसी जी, आचार्य नंदी घोष जी, and Samni Chaitanya Pragya ji. Then I have teachers Dr. U.N. Upadhyay, Mr. Edgar Mitchell, sixth man to walk on moon, Professor D.S. Kothari, Professor E.C.G. Sudarshan, Professor Brian Josephson, and Professor K.P. Sinha. The summary of the presentation is something like this. Atma is a word used for soul in Jainism. A pure Atma has infinite Shaktis or powers, but 47 of them are major ones. Atma has infinite consciousness, infinite intuition, infinite knowledge, infinite bliss, and infinite power, etc. But these Shaktis are not realized by a worldly Atma because a worldly Atma is in association with material particles known as karmas, and they are there from infinite past. However, through a process of spiritual evolution, one can move towards a state of purity and can become an omniscient known as Siddha in Jainism. An examination of the Shaktis indicates quantum entanglement and holographic structure. A recent model of reality based on universal rewriting system and nilpotent quantum mechanics imply that observable reality and Atma may constitute two vector spaces which are dual of each other, containing same information but only one is observable. This model has some parallels with Jain concepts of Atma. With this, there is some truth in claims made by Jain monks and Annie Besant and colleagues of directly observing atoms, nuclei, quarks, and superstring-like structures through anima siddhi and clairvoyance. Jainism is the very old religion. There have been 24 Tirthankaras, great souls who revived Jainism in their times since millions of years. Then Lord Mahavir was the 24th Tirthankara of Jains, and his period was 599 to 527 before Christ. Now, as per Jainism, the universe consists of following substances, namely living beings, matter, space, medium of motion, medium of rest, and time. And Samaya is the smallest unit of time in Jainism. The actual shape of universe is shown on the right side. There is an infinite empty space outside this visible universe. Acharya Kunda Kundaji brought 47 Shaktis of Atma about 2000 years ago from Simandar Swami. Its Sanskrit commentary was provided by Acharya Amrit Chandji Maharaj about 1000 years ago. Recently, Pujaniya Kanji Swami AD 1819 to 1980 has explained them in detail. In what follows, original Sanskrit text is given in black, whereas English translation is given in dark blue for convenience of reading. 47 main powers of Atma. First power is life force or Jivatva Shakti. It is responsible for distinguishing a living being from a non-living being. This power is due to four attributes which are knowledge, intuition, bliss and Virya power. Second power is non-physical Chitti Shakti. It is equivalent to consciousness and in contrast to Jivatva Shakti has only two attributes, namely intuition and knowledge. Atma is non-physical. Third power is one through which the Atma has an initial or preliminary view of reality which is further knowable. Through it, one sees Atmadravya, sees oneself, and sees all attributes, paryas of all substances. Fourth power is the main Shakti of Atma, Shakti due to which one has detailed knowledge of self and one's own virtues and paryas, its own, plus properties of all substances which are knowable. Fifth power is one due to which there is absolutely no worry. All living beings are trying to be happy every moment, but they do not know that real happiness lies within oneself. Sixth power, or Virya Shakti, that is like male semen, helps in maintaining pure oscillations of infinite powers of Atma. Seventh power implies that dignity of Atma is unbroken. It is independent and self-sufficient. Due to eighth power, Atma Dravya pervades all the other infinite powers and their oscillations. Ninth power is such that through this one perceives all substances of the universe in totality, that is, as a whole, which exists but without their details. Due to tenth power, Atma has a capability of knowing all substances, their properties, their instantaneous temporal states known as paryas of all substances present in the universe. An omniscient perceives all these aspects together, including their past, present, and future, and at the same time. Due to 11th power, Atma is formless, self-lightening, cleanliness power having many forms through which all substances of the universe are reflected in Atma as in a mirror. The Atma Dravya has innumerable quantized units known as Atma Pradeshas, in each of which all substances of universe are reflected like a mirror. Pradeshas means smallest unit of space and hence that of Atma. This strongly supports hologram-like structure. 12th power is self-enlightened power due to which one has one's own knowledge and self-realization of it at all the times. Due to 13th power, Atma can expand both across space and time. It implies possibility of non-local information. Due to 14th power, Atmadravya is not affected by other substances and also Atmadravya cannot affect other substances. Due to 15th power, an Atma knows all the substances in the world. Also, other Atmas can know one's Atma due to Aparinamatva Shakti. Due to 16th power, the Atma, its powers and oscillations are unchanged, that is constant, namely no increase and no decrease. Due to 17th power, six types of attributes increases and simultaneously other six type decreases during one oscillation parya of one samay. It appears that these attributes describe all sorts of possibilities which can exist in one samay. It will be therefore able to explain the statement that a parya in one samay contains everything. This attribute appears to be close to quantum entanglement of quantum physics. Now, this table shows the various oscillations which are known as these paryas in Jainism, and for a say given Shakti 1, there are paryas in different time units and they are in the same sequence. But all the infinite Shaktis have these paryas and at the same time they will have different paryas. Now, this is an extremely important table. Here, one microscale oscillation involves three types of increases and three types of decreases, and they are parts and attributes at macro scale, all occurring in one time unit. So, for example, in first row, there are losses of parts. They could be infinite, innumerable, and finite. Then in second row, there are gains of parts which could be infinite, innumerable, and finite. In the third row, losses of attributes is shown which could be infinite, innumerable, and finite. And in the fourth row, gains of attributes is shown which could be infinite, innumerable, and finite. So 12 combinations are possible, 6 are increasing and 6 are decreasing, and that is all taking place during just one samay only, the unit of time in Jainism. It strongly indicates some kind of entanglement, and it could be something like quantum entanglement, and maybe it can be even considered as a mathematical definition of quantum entanglement. Then 18th power is such that there is simultaneous movement of all infinite powers at the same time, that is in parallel, but each power has its own oscillations which are all sequential. Every power has a form of production, destruction, and conservation at each time unit, but all three exist completely independent of each other. Due to 19th power, conservation, destruction, and production are embraced with each other. Due to 20th power, an Atma has formless movement of oscillations of powers which do not have any binding of karmas and so free from touch, smell, taste, color, etc. And this movement is there in all Atma Pradeshas, this quanta like unit, which again supports this holographic structure. Then, due to this 21st power, an Atma is not a cause of auspicious or inauspicious feelings, which are totally due to material karmas, but Atma is just a knower of them. Also, Atma is not responsible for presence of attachment, which is caused totally due to 8 type of karmas in living beings, that is Jivastika. Now, due to 22nd power, an Atma is not sufferer or enjoyer of feelings of karma. So, Atma is neither a sufferer nor an enjoyer of the action of all 8 type of karmas. Due to 23rd power, inactiveness, no vibration is realized in all Atma Pradeshas when there are no karmas. But a part of this power is realized even in lower state of evolution of a person who is in a state of equanimity, and this part is partially realized in all innumerable Atma Pradeshas, quanta like element. This again shows the holographic structure of Atma. Due to 24th power, Atma can expand and contract. Then, due to 25th power, Atma is confined to itself even in a living body, keeping its own separate identity. That is, it doesn't interact with any cell or its parts or their groups. Atma is not spread up in the body of living beings, nor in the rag of them. Atma spreads in its own form. The Atma and body are just two independent entities. So I am skipping these slides due to lack of time. And now come to this what is known as universal rewriting system and nilpotent quantum mechanics. This system is based on the assumption that zero sunya is foundation of reality. Hence, if one starts writing any alphabet, then the rest of the universe will always have its inverse, such that the total sum is zero. That is, plus 1 plus minus 1 is equal to 0. It has been used to study a fermion and the corresponding quantum vacuum such that the total sum is 0. It leads to new quantum mechanics known as nilpotent quantum mechanics. If the fermion is described using a vector space A, then its dual vector space D is exact mirror image and will describe the quantum vacuum or zero-point field. The same term mirror is used in Sakti number 11. So you can see the type of parallelism which exists between this formalism and Jainism. Information content of the two vector spaces is exactly same, but their forms are different, but they have both local as well as non-local information. However, only one is observable. It is similar to Jain concept of an Atma, which is also not observable, but has all the knowledge which is possible in the universe. In case of Jainism, vector space A will consist of space, matter, medium of motion, medium of rest and time, whereas vector space D, which is dual of vector space A, will consist of just Atma only, having total knowledge of vector space A. As an application of this holographic structure, it appears that clairvoyance at micro level is possible, and this is reflected by Jain Agmas, where a table for measurement of length is given, where it's shown that they have estimated the size of smallest particle of matter, and that is Ausanna Sanna Skanda. Using this table, one finds this value to be 2.9 into 10 to the power minus 11 centimeter, which lies between the size of a Bohr radius and the Fermi radius. This is something very interesting, needs to be further explored. Now, similar this claim is being made by Mrs. Annie Besant and her colleagues 100 years ago by seeing the atomic structure of these elements of periodic table. Here, in structure of hydrogen atom is shown, which shows about 6 big spheres forming two triangles and 18 small spheres. and even superstring-like structures are shown on this small sphere. So this is something great. This needs to be further examined, very critical, but it looks very interesting possibility. So thank you very much. I acknowledge Indian Council of Philosophical Research and some of my friends for this work. I am giving here few references which can be looked into in detail through slides here, and then here also few references are there. And so finally, uh, so I am very thankful to all of you for patiently listening to my talk, and I am also thankful to Center for Consciousness Studies, the University of Arizona, and the organizers who gave me an opportunity to make this presentation. So thanks to all.
What is called consciousness? We use the words conscious and consciousness for a wide range of mental phenomena in many different ways. But what do they really mean? How can we grasp the meaning of it in everyday use? We hear and use the term every day. Advertisements, movies, books are about conscious nutrition, environmental awareness, and conscious living. But in what sense do we use it, and what does the word really mean? The question is also relevant because one of the 5 most important unanswered questions in science is what is consciousness? The question is approached differently in different cultures. The words are used differently in the East and the West. Eastern cultures have traditionally placed great emphasis on different states of consciousness, how to reach higher states of consciousness. A variety of mental and physical approaches and a combination of the two have been developed, the most important of which is meditation. Consciousness is used in the sense of completeness and fulfillment. Flow with whatever may happen and let your mind be free. Stay centered by accepting whatever you are doing. This is the ultimate. In the West, too, a parallel can be drawn between consciousness and wisdom. True wisdom comes to each of us when we realize how little we understand about life, ourselves, and the world around us. Modern Western sciences approach the question of consciousness in many ways, from the point of view of numerous disciplines, as it employs neuroscientists, psychologists, quantum scientists, and of course, philosophers. According to the interpretations of psychology, medicine, neuroscience, and brain science, consciousness is an organism's awareness of something either internal or external to itself. The waking state, see wakefulness. In medicine and brain science, the distinctive electrical activity of the waking brain, as recorded via EEG, that is commonly used to identify conscious states and their pathologies. Fully alert, aware, oriented, and responsive to the environment. All of this raises quite a few questions, as many contemporary researchers have already asked these and similar questions. Can we be conscious while sleeping? What is the relationship between memory and consciousness? Is consciousness tied exclusively to the brain? And so on. So what can consciousness mean? What does it mean at the elementary level? How is it made up? How to grab it? How can this be achieved? How can we put the concept of consciousness into practice, consciously? Let's start with everyday use this time. The ordinary use of the word. In ordinary parlance, we associate some positive meaning with the term. In this sense, it cannot be equal to waking, for if it were, it would mean that we are conscious in every waking moment. It would not be necessary to emphasize, for example, conscious shopping, environmental consciousness, and the like. So in everyday use, it's a kind of plus over basic wakefulness, plus it's a positive sounding thing worth achieving, which is something extra over the base. This is why it would be useful to understand what this can be in practice. Consciousness usually means a special way of attending to the world, of acting. We do something consciously, we are aware of something. Voluntary, inconsistent, disordered action can be contrasted with conscious action. That is why we say something that we do consciously, in the course of which we also comply with some regularity, we strive for balance, we try to organize. And we say that we are conscious of something that has our attention on it. Or in other words, that we are in contact with it through our attention. Based on our research, observations, and the conclusions drawn from them, we can therefore break down the concept of consciousness as follows. Ordering. It is an essential human quality to strive for harmony and order. We feel better in orderly circumstances than in chaos, and we strive for it. By our intellect, we are able to recognize the regularities, the order of the world, for example, music in the arrangement of sounds and silences, the times of the day, seasons, and so on in the alternation of celestial bodies and light conditions. And we are also able to create order by ourselves, either in our environment or in our thoughts. Is it enough for consciousness to strive for order? This would mean that if we learn to use the kind of order as a model and do it without having a connection to it, that is, for example, if we ate the same thing every day at the same time, we could call it consciousness. But in reality, this activity can also become an automatism, which we can do without even thinking about why we are doing it. That is, without being in a relationship with it, without making it dependent on our intentions. And we wouldn't call it conscious anymore. Independence. Another important human quality is that everyone is unique. We look at the world from a unique point of view, and that particular point of view is determined by a lot of things. From the inherited set of genes, to the experiences we have gained during our lives, to what point in space we are physically located. This is independency, uniqueness, which is different for everyone. We are able to recognize uniqueness, and we ourselves are able to express our uniqueness, to act on our own. Is it enough for consciousness to do certain things on our own? This would mean that if we acted on our own beliefs, which appear to contradict other orders which are independent from us, that could also be called consciousness. But in reality, if for some reason we do not intake the needed nutrients after increased physical activity, we would not take into account the natural functioning and the rules of our own bodies. We could not consider this to be a conscious act. Independency and ordering ability. The two mentioned intellectual abilities are related and can be connected. We are able to organize ourselves and our environment in a unique way. Consciousness is when the two are in balance. We arrange, make order on our own, independently, but along rules. We organize our diet in a unique way when, for example, we decide independently to take into account the functioning of our body, and we also decide independently to take the right nutrients after exercise. We are environmentally conscious if we are aware of the regularities of how the world works, the interplay of its factors, the impact of our actions on the environment, and we are aware of this on our own, bearing in mind the consequences of our actions. All of this requires constant attention. Breaking down consciousness into a balance between independency and ordering ability is useful because it makes possible to check at any time in practice whether our actions are conscious or not. It is easy to recognize if we are out of balance, if there's a shift in either direction. If we have shifted in the direction of independence and are not connected with the order of the world, we may encounter it in the form of arbitrariness or loneliness. And if we have shifted in the direction of order and left out our independence, then we can experience it as compulsion or convenience. If we perceive a shift and our intention is consciousness, we can strive for it by moving towards the other factor. Thank you for your attention. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to contact us by email or through our website at fontanus.hu.
I'm James Olson. Consciousness of interior and exterior events is shaped or even created by the brain. With doing so, it gives the holder of consciousness a sense of being. That sense of being, it is argued, derives from within one or two of four brain operating systems. The brain processes cognition in two stages, stimulus and stimulus response. The stimulus is created by a change in the environment. The stimulus response is a reaction to the stimulus. Any one of the four brain operating systems can default to process each of the two stages. This combination produces 16 variations in the way the brain processes the information that informs consciousness. The model of consciousness presented here is built around the work of Roger Sperry and others who concluded that the hemispheres are operated by autonomous systems that complement one another. One system is locally oriented, while the other is globally oriented, and they work in a largely separate yet complementary manner to shape consciousness. The two systems exhibit behavior Sir Charles Sherrington referred to as that of opponent processors, where the two systems work in opposing directions to provide a stabilizing function. In the absence of a universally accepted name for these systems, I will refer to them as dual and non-dual. The two hemispheric systems differ in terms of the scope of their attention. The non-dual system informs consciousness of the wholeness of our experience and gives us we consciousness. The dual system reports on the parts of the whole and gives us I consciousness. In most individuals, the dual system operates the left hemisphere and the non-dual system operates the right. Research suggests that new information enters first into the non-dual right hemisphere with its global perspective. As can be seen in the illustration, the non-dual system nests the dual system, which means that the two are not completely independent. Each of the systems processes information separately, and at any moment, the experience of consciousness is driven by which of the two perspectives has focus. The nesting, however, suggests that there is an imbalance between the two systems, where the dual system is closed off from information from the global view, whereas awareness of the dual view can be brought along into the non-dual view. A sense of being at any moment is a function of perspective. The brain's two diverse viewpoints, unless integrated and working in harmony, tend to produce opposing views, aka cognitive disagreement or cognitive dissonance. Consider, for example, the brain's dual operating system. Its viewpoint is locally oriented, which is focused and inward-looking. Dual systems have a micro view that reveal the text of a situation, which allows for differentiation and discrimination. The brain's dual operating system is a closed system. In contrast, the brain's non-dual system is globally oriented, which makes its viewpoint omnidirectional and gives it an outward-looking macro view that brings an awareness of the context. The non-dual is an open system that perceives the unity of things. Now let's explore what this means in practice. In Exhibit 4, we see that the brain's dual system is more detail-oriented. The dual focuses, evaluates, compares, judges, and ranks, all based on the limited information that it has to its exposure, i.e., a limited or insufficient context. The dual is focused on material values and differences. It objectifies people and things. The objectification of women by left-brain dominant men is an example of dual system processing. In contrast, the brain's non-dual system is more wholeness-oriented. With a non-dual viewpoint, consciousness expands into mental and spiritual values, and these are prioritized over material values such as money. The non-dual gives us an awareness of the connectedness of things and of similarities. Non-dual system values generate compassion for the needs of others and a desire to serve. The holder of consciousness is a product of both systems, and both systems, to the degree that they act in relative isolation, have their strengths and weaknesses. The skepticism associated with efforts to characterize the hemispheres, as I am doing here, provides an example of how cognition associated with the brain's dual system differs from cognition associated with the brain's non-dual system. The dual sets up comparisons to promote effective decision-making. Having compared the two hemispheres, the dual system judges and ranks its findings according to its dual system values, a focused process that too often takes place with insufficient context, since the context needed lies in the domain of the non-dual right hemisphere. With insufficient context, and depending on one's values, a comparison of the two systems can seem to suggest that the system informing left-brain dominant individuals might produce inferior individuals. But research from the viewpoint of a non-dual operating system does not support this judgment. From the viewpoint of a non-dual system, consciousness recognizes that judging and ranking the brain's operating systems is something like judging and ranking blood and flesh, or brain and mind, or a building in the city of which it is a part. It's not especially useful and can be misleading. To bring all of this into context, we can explore how this affects our actual behavior. In Exhibit 5, we see the brain's two operating systems as they affect our political choices. The left hemisphere's locally oriented viewpoint focuses the attention of the holder of consciousness on individual needs, especially security. Security is promoted by ensuring individual rights and by focusing on material aspects such as money, food, and shelter. The left hemisphere conveys skepticism along with an awareness of the scarcity of things. These traits promote a protective and conservative approach to decision-making. In contrast, the brain's globally oriented viewpoint reports on the needs of the collective. Its appreciation of collective values and focus on spiritual needs informs cognition of the value of equality and inclusiveness and creates the perception of a heightened need for government spending. A global viewpoint conveys trust, since it is conscious of the abundance of the universe. A sense of trust and abundance, in combination with an aspiration to help others, leads to a tendency to spend whatever it takes to reach a solution, even if the money needs to be borrowed. Globally oriented system traits are most often associated with liberals. The initially introduced 4 operating systems are based on the phenomena of genetic dominance. Considering the many ways in which genetic dominance affects the composition of the human body, it seems reasonable to maintain that genetic dominance might also influence the manner in which the brain operates. There are three types of genetic dominance: complete dominance, incomplete dominance, and codominance. The three types produce four default outcomes. Complete dominance is the most common type of genetic dominance. Complete dominance produces a binary system, so it generates two outcomes. The patterns we associate with complete dominance suggest a brain operating system in which one operating system or the other is dominant and conscious, whereas its complement is recessive and unconscious. When complete dominance selects the brain's default operating system, consciousness is fed by a dominant hemisphere that is served by a recessive hemisphere. Genetic complete dominance creates one of two outcomes: local system dominance or global system dominance. Incomplete dominance and codominance produce a non-binary system. Incomplete dominance combines dual and non-dual systems into a single system. Codominance enables the dominance of both dual and non-dual systems. In Exhibit 7, we see what happens when genetic dominance is incomplete. When incomplete dominance orchestrates the brain's cognitive operations, local and global operating systems integrate to form a local-global hybrid system of operation. In Exhibit 8, we see how genetic codominance affects the brain's processing behavior. Codominance, like incomplete dominance, generates a non-binary system to coordinate the operation of the two hemispheres. The patterns typically associated with codominance suggest that the two hemispheric systems maintain their independence and operate in some capacity as a team to inform and assist consciousness. Now consider how the four operating system types might expand into 16 operating system types. The brain, in terms of cognitive operation, carries out two fundamental actions. First, information is brought together in the brain where it is processed and sent to consciousness for evaluation. Second, the brain assists the holder of consciousness in the development of a response. Where the holder of consciousness is concerned, it is argued, often one hemispheric system will default to process incoming data and thus dominate the brain's efforts to inform consciousness of the nature of the stimulus, whereas the other hemispheric system, the complementary system, will default to process outgoing data, a stimulus response to the incoming data. Four brain operating systems capable of defaulting to process stimulus, sequenced with four brain operating systems capable of defaulting to process the stimulus response, suggests 16 distinct operating system combinations producing 16 systems of cognition. In considering the characteristics of this model, keep in mind that the holder of consciousness is also informed by external sources of data, such as by the brain operating systems of others. Where the holder of consciousness is externally informed, the genetically determined defaults we have considered here are often overridden to a degree, if not entirely, by conscious choice and/or by cultural pressures. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Paul Hurren from Syntegra in the UK. This paper looks at how we might put mental and physical into a common framework. Its alternative title is Form as an Extra Ingredient. The context is the hard problem of consciousness. How on earth does a subjective, seemingly non-physical world come into existence? A stepping stone to solving this will be to put mental and physical onto a common canvas. The focus here is on visual perception, but if subjectivity can be explained in the case of visual perception, the principles can be extended to other subjective phenomena. The approach is a physicalist one. Physics at the scale of neurons and above, not quantum scale, focusing on fundamental principles and purely conceptual at this stage. We add a little metaphysics with the ambition of extending physics just a little. There are two starting assumptions. Firstly, consciousness arises from a process of some sort and is not a thing in itself. Secondly, given consciousness can't currently be explained by physics, we need to extend physics in some way. More than just a new mechanism, one or more new physical principles will be needed. David Chalmers, in his famous 1994 presentation, where he defined the hard problem of consciousness and distinguished it from easier problems, said, "You need an extra ingredient." If we consider the attributes of an object, its attributes as perceived, such as size and shape, are correlated with its physical attributes. Even colour has physical correlates. The spectral reflectance of the surface, reflected and ambient light, and the physical properties of the visual processing system of the observer. With any attribute, in visual perception, there is also a local transformation of some sort by the brain-body. The intuition is that abstractness is out in the world, not just in our brains. If we take a painting by way of example, and this is one I like very much, the abstractness or form of a painting is not a pure creation of the brain. The painting's objective attributes are intrinsic to it and drive the experience of the perceiver. They are mapped to a set of perceived attributes which only to a certain extent are perceiver dependent. There is some local transformation by the brain-body, as illustrated in the case of visual illusions, but broadly speaking, objective and perceived attributes are two aspects of the same thing. A painting, like any object when perceived, will also invoke a particular response or feeling. In the context of visual perception, we can define form, with capital F, as a set of external attributes of an object, those attributes that are capable of being perceived, in this case, size, shape, and colour. The intrinsic form of an object is mapped to and drives the form as experienced by the brain-body. There is a transformation between the intrinsic form and the form as experienced. Here transformation is used in a very general sense. We could use the word interpretation instead, and the transformation might involve some prediction too. The hypothesis is that by considering form to be fundamental, along with mass, length, time, and electric charge, mental and physical can be put into a common framework. Form being fundamental follows from the intuition that abstractness is out in the world, not just in our brains. The form of a physical object maps to its form as perceived, with local transformation by the brain-body. If we take shape as a special case, the form of the object as perceived, its shape, broadly is the intrinsic objective form of the object from the perspective of the body. Therefore, objects as targets of perception are real objects. This is not wholly surprising if one considers the fact that this is an interaction between two physical objects, the object itself and the brain-body as a complex physical object. And if we consider a virtual reality model of conscious experience, rather than creating an entire 3D virtual world, only subjectivity and self are creations of the brain. Conscious experience is not instantaneous. It's well known but elapsed time is needed to process, align and integrate colour, shape orientation and motion, typically a few hundred milliseconds. So subjective now will be a rolling time window of the order of a half a second or so. In visual engagement with an object, the object's form iteratively impacts the brain body, and the brain body reacts to the form of the object. What might be happening is that neural patterns are triggered which encode a map of the body in relation to the object. The brain is encoding mapping relationships. Internally stored attributes, which provide meaning, are selected through processes including categorization and association and woven into the map. Subsequent maps are encoded as the brain body continues to engage with the object. So the brain body is engaging with the world of objects through mapping relationships. A change to the form or position of an object relative to the brain body, and/or a change to the internal attributes linked with the object, will drive a change to the internal relationship map. Another way of looking at this is as an iterative engagement between object space and relationship space, where the brain is creating maps of objects with meaning and perspective in relation to the body. This slide is included to illustrate a possible direction of travel. It is highly speculative and no doubt one of many possibilities. When it comes to subjectivity, feeling as well as perception has an important role to play. That aspect is not speculative. Feeling might be the physical manifestation of a change to the relationship map, but there are likely to be multiple factors involved. With visual perception, perhaps the brain extrapolates back from object and body to include in the relationship map attributes that correspond to a virtual perceiver. And through the rapid iterative engagement between object space and relationship space, the virtual perceiver becomes manifested in object space. But this is highly speculative and for illustration only. More work is needed using the toolkit of concepts described earlier and any necessary extensions to that toolkit. We will see where that takes us. In summing up, a possible framework or toolkit of concepts has been presented here. Form might be a missing ingredient, but to explain subjective experience, probably more than one missing ingredient is needed. It's fascinating how a spinning top behaves as it does. It's mind-blowingly fascinating how a physical, biological organism can have subjective experience, but both have a physical explanation. Thank you.
We use the words conscious and consciousness for a wide range of mental phenomena in many different ways. But what do they really mean? One of the most important unanswered questions in science today is, what is consciousness? This is one of our current researches at Fontana's Center. Our goal is to create a possible model of consciousness, that is, to examine whether there is a connection between the individual, consciousness and reality, and if so, to describe that connection. Our approach is completely new. We try to create a functioning model of consciousness itself, primarily from its philosophical approach, but also using knowledge from other sciences, like medicine, biochemistry, quantum sciences, and others. Such a model, if possible at all, can be useful in a number of ways. It can provide an opportunity to form a common basis for the work of several disciplines, to serve as a basis for further research, and to help understand the functioning of man beyond the physical, biological, biochemical level, not only for sciences but also for individuals. We have more than a decade of research behind us, working together in several scientific fields. From the results of this, we would like to highlight a small but important detail this time. How do we sense? The simple answer is that stimuli from the outside world enter our brain, the center of our nervous system, through our senses. By the outside world, here we also mean the signals of our own bodies, since from there similar stimuli are channeled to our brains. These are basically all measurable physical-chemical changes. In case of colors, the wavelength of light, the frequency and volume of sound, the values of pressure at the touch, the sensation of heat, the chemical properties of certain materials, acidity, components, and so on can be measured. All of these are perceived and transmitted to the central nervous system by various receptors, and there all stimuli are processed. However, in addition to these, we also notice other things. In communication, during a conversation, we not only separate sounds from each other, but we transform sounds into words and sentences in our minds. And we are also able to comprehend the meaning of words and sentences. That is, we are able to understand them. In the same way, in a forest, we can understand how a tree is a living thing, something that the tree does not contain in a physically perceptible way. Listening to music or to a song, we can experience various moods and feelings, which are not contained by the sounds themselves. They cannot be measured by devices. What could be the explanation for all this? Different ways of stimulus processing. Human brain picks up and stores different types of stimuli in different ways. Based on these, the incoming stimuli can be divided into 3 distinct parts. Some of the stimuli are related to movement and physical characteristics. Some are data and context-based stimuli. Others are mood-like stimuli and memory packages. These are all treated very differently by the brain. Our hypothesis is that all 3 types of stimuli belong to a piece of information experienced. But we have to note that this does not mean that information is made up of these 3 parts, but that we are able to perceive it split into these 3 parts, and this functioning originates from how our brain works. This can be thought of as a prism that breaks white light into colors. We encounter information, and in order to work with it in our thinking, we break it down into various elements. These are called notions. The process of experiencing, of perception, looks like this according to the model. We encounter a piece of information. It can be anything, be it a campfire for the sake of example. The information of the campfire goes into the mind and is broken down into notions there. In our minds, the physical parts of information appear as separate notions, like the color, ever-changing shape, movement, temperature, and smell of fire. As a separate notion, we store the things we understand from the campfire. That the burning of the wood is a reaction with oxygen that results in the release of heat. That we light the fire to sit around and to give heat, and so on. And as a separate notion, we capture the moods that the campfire evokes from us: warmth, togetherness, friendship, and more. But why do we break down information into notions? Because that's how we can work with them in thinking. We can move the different parts of the information separately, organize them, connect them with other notions, and thus create different information from them, so that we can display it in the world in action. But that's another story. This is of course just a snatched element of the consciousness model. To get a complete picture, you need to know the entire model. This can answer a number of questions. For example, what is intuition? What happens in thinking? What happens when we communicate? How do events in the past affect us? How are we able to develop? How can we understand our own functioning? Thank you for your attention. If you have any comments or questions, or you are interested in the full model, Feel free to contact us by email or through the website at fontanos.hu.
Hello everyone, I'm Diane Trussell from Australia, independent researcher, and after a long history in neuroscience, I've broken into consciousness research. And after a lot of reading, pondering over the last few decades, I feel that there's something missing in modern science, and that the traditions of the ageless wisdom could be just what we need to bring back into that. So I'm suggesting that it's a new concept of consciousness, although new is probably not the correct term when referring to traditions thousands of years old, but in the sense that taking the specifics from that and working with them in modern science. So here's the proposal that let's reunite modern science with the ageless wisdom teachings. And we can do that with evidence, with experience, with intuition, and also some unexpected experimental indications that there's something outside what we believe in modern science that's operating. And for those who are not familiar with the ageless wisdom teachings, it's a large body of work across all cultures, many eras, thousands of years, which is ageless because it's still as relevant today as it was thousands of years ago. And it is a science in the sense of the use of the human body and the mind and observation to develop a huge framework that encompasses every aspect of known reality, inner and outer. Why we would include that again is that it's a very long tradition of observation and experimentation, much older than modern science, and it has many answers to hard problems and explanatory gaps in consciousness as well as psychological, biological, physical sciences. So even to quantum physics, for example, there are answers in the ageless wisdom teachings. And just to give a few of its useful tenets that we could use in modern science, the underlying oneness and connectedness of everything, which we have confirmed with quantum physics, the primacy, ubiquity, entanglement, and non-locality displayed by consciousness, and these are to some extent fairly new discoveries or theories in consciousness, but they stand up to experimental scrutiny. We have consciousness's energy-like effect on manifest forms, patterns, and processes, and anyone familiar with the work of the Pear Lab would have some concept of the ways that that can work. There is no branch of scientific research that can exist or be conceived, conducted, or interpreted outside the medium of consciousness. Obviously, we are the conscious human beings doing scientific research, so therefore scientific research itself comes under the heading of consciousness. And we can see in quantum physics that that our consciousness actually impacts physical nature. The universe is a multi-dimensional construct, or there are multiple universes, and we'll go into that in a moment. The AWT provides a comprehensive cosmogenesis and cosmology, and states that humans are more than a physical body, that we have many levels which are beyond the physical, that everything is energy and everything is caused by energy, and many more. When you look at that statement, everything is energy and everything is caused by energy, some people dispute the everything is energy, but when I trace the very few things that can't be traced back to energy, they will come back to momentum, which can only be because there is energy. So here's a chart that gives you the simplest possible summary of how all of these things could fit together. So we have in the many of the ancient traditions, if you look across the top here, the absolute infinite causeless cause, which is that from which everything comes that we don't know, that is infinite, that does not have a cause unto itself. And one of the properties of that, which is one of the ways it moves, is will, otherwise known as universal mind, which is therefore a form of consciousness, a great, imponderable, unimaginable scale of consciousness, but consciousness nonetheless. And then within that, we have all of the universes. So all of the white and grey in this disk here are levels and levels and levels of universes, or they could be considered dimensions, or they could be considered vibrational levels, or they could be considered the implicate orders that Bohm proposed. So that we'd start off with the dense physical level, and then gradually work out through increasingly rarefied forms until we're almost at formlessness, which is characteristic of the will or universal mind. So all of this, all these levels are covered in the cosmogenesis and cosmology, but they also run through everything of relevance to the human. So we have all the aspects of the human body, which overlaps with neuroscience, psychology, quantum physics, physics and biophysics, and you can see that all of them overlap. So if you have human body and neuroscience, then you will get psychophysiology and neurophysiology, neuropsychology. Where human body overlaps with physics, you get the biophysics and you get the quantum aspects of various parts of the human system functioning. Physics and quantum physics obviously overlap, and they all overlap with psychology, because we are increasingly finding that the function of the brain can include quantum effects, and even in the nervous system throughout the body. So where all these things overlap is where we can find some of the more challenging aspects of modern science. So we have conscious experience, we have meditation, we have parapsychology, psychophysiology, anomalies, subtle bodies, and altered states. Now, if you combine all of these coloured petals, if you like, of our reality, and then you combine all those with all of these levels, you can attain an understanding of all of these often mysterious things here in the middle. Oops. Okay, so here are some hypotheses that we could possibly work with. Some may be more challenging than others. But the first one, and this is beginning to be increasingly understood and researched, is that consciousness is not solely generated within the organic body, that it enters and distributes to all tissues via perhaps microtubules or some other distributed physical substrate. Now, the thing about the organic body is that the brain is part of the organic body, for one thing, that the body does generate to some extent a level of its own consciousness for basic physiological processes. But there's a lot that goes on which can't be explained by that. Hypothesis 2 is consciousness is present on many coexistent levels, and it may correspond with the quantum field as well as Bohm's many levels of implicate order. So possibly the quantum field is the first level above the dense physical macro level. And then that's not the end of the story. Perhaps the levels go on, finer and finer, and they all contain information that impacts the levels below them and therefore our physical level. So hypothesis 3, this one we can go into in a little bit more length. And that is that there are just two forms of consciousness, and that all flavors of consciousness and all alterations of consciousness fit into these two. And the first one, which is in pink, is that states of harmony, oneness, stillness, detachment, and no self, etc., that are things which the contemplative and meditative traditions aspire to attain to so that they can be in a more evolved or higher or divine state of being. And in this state, people report and feel that they are somehow aligned or tuned to God, or whatever they name the one source of all. That this state is characteristic of what the Ageless Wisdom would call the soul, as opposed to the rather, I would say, pop kind of understanding of the soul in music and psychology, and it's a very low kind of attribute. But the one referred to here is the highest of what we can be. Also, this state is characterized by what is called divine fire, or the mind of God, and other terms like that. Now, this form seems to correspond with adherence to the baseline randomness of the random event generator, which is sensitive to the quantum field. Now, the other potential form of consciousness are the states of disharmony, disequilibrium, individualism, separation, depression, emotion, whether positive or negative. That's an important point. Attachment, mental and intellectual dominance, illusion, glamour, desire, competition, recognition, etc. You're starting to get the feel of what that covers. And these are the things that the contemplative and meditative traditions aspire to let go of in order to achieve the states of harmony and oneness. And that these states of disharmony, which basically characterize most of the 24/7 of human life, block our access to that oneness and sense of universal connection. It's an unstable state, which the Ageless Wisdom would assign to the human spirit, which is considered to be a lower form below the soul, and that the energy that runs this kind of consciousness is called prana or chi or the astral, and so on, in comparison to the divine fire and the mind of God, which is the form of energy that powers the harmonious higher consciousness. And these states of disharmony seem to correspond with deviations away from the baseline randomness of the reg, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. Hypothesis 4 is that the whole physical body is the mind. Now, to me, you cannot separate the brain and the body, because we are one organism full of trillions of cells that all communicate and are a very integrated unit. And into this physical body pours the two energies which produce consciousness. So therefore, those two energies provide the movements characteristic of each type of consciousness. So depending on which type of consciousness is in effect pulled in or aligned to, you will have movements of harmony and oneness, stillness, detachment, or you will have movements of emotion and conflict and disharmony and so on. And we do overemphasize the brain in studying the mind and consciousness. So there's a whole field of science waiting for us to apply the same principles as we do to brain consciousness to other parts of the body. And HeartMath is doing that to some extent with the heart, looking at the brain heart. Hypothesis 5, that there can be non-local entanglement of consciousness between people. And this has been initially measurable by what's called hyperscanning, where two or more people are set up with EEGs in the absence of any sensory connection, and then synchronization is found between their brain activity. And if that is true, then consciousness can be transmissible, for example, by some kind of resonance in some kind of field. Hypothesis 6 is that the randomness shown by the reg is not truly random. Random in the sense of disordered or meaningless. And this harks back to hypothesis 3, where we talked about the two potential main types of consciousness that the regs seem to be indicating. And so if this is not truly random, if there's a pattern there that's somehow responsive, is operating in the quantum field, could it be that what we are calling random is actually like the homeostasis or the physiological pulse of the entire universe? It's some kind of state of order or rhythm, But because the universe is constantly expanding and changing all the time, that state will be changing all the time. So you could get what looks like a string of random numbers for 1,000,000 and going on and on and on. That may not be random. It may be this ceaseless, changing, expanding pulse of the universe. In which case, those two types of consciousness are having an impact at that level. So that if you are in a very meditative state of stillness, oneness, and connection, in a sense, you are not disturbing the basic tone of the universe because you're one with it. But then if you go into emotion and separation and hostility and disharmony, you are actually going against that flow of the universe. And so it would be no surprise that you then get highly significant deviations from that baseline pulse of the universe. So this is a completely opposite way of looking at the reg results, because most people are looking for positive z-scores to see that something has had an effect. But maybe one of the most powerful effects is that it clings to the baseline, showing that there's a kind of harmony and coordination with the universe. So there's some evidence and some theories for these various ones. I mean, there must be a lot more than I've read and have on here. But that consciousness is not solely generated within the organic body. Now, even the responsiveness of the reg to the shiftings of human consciousness would belie that consciousness originates only in the brain. Because if it did originate only in the brain, how is it impacting a quantum operating device, even when there's shielding against electromagnetism and every other kind of connection? So the work of Jahn and Dunn in the Pear Lab and Herb Mertz are good references for that. Hypothesis 2, and that is that consciousness is present on many coexistent levels. And we talked about that in the big diagram, like the coloured flower, where you have all these levels, like the implicate orders of Bohm, or the subtle levels according to the Ageless Wisdom, which are all coexistent and interactive with each other, but not necessarily perceivable by us in our daily kind of consciousness. Hypothesis 3, there are just two forms of consciousness. And as I mentioned, during a pilot study, I was looking at the correlation between physiological and psychological states during meditation and also baseline day-to-day activities. And I had no idea what to expect. I'd never used the reg before. I'd never done psychophysiological measurements before. So I went in completely naive to what was going to happen and noticed some unexpected effects in the reg. And that was an indication that there may be two overall types of energy-like influences correlated with known broad states of consciousness, e.g. the meditative harmony versus the daily emotion and conflict and disharmony. And so that's opened up a lot of research, which I want to take forwards in the future. Hypothesis 4, that the whole physical body is the mind. And some of that is the new work going forwards now in interoception, embodied cognition, and the philosophy of mind, where people are looking at just how powerful like the interoceptive senses of the body are in their governing of consciousness. And it's the work of Sakuras and Damasio is significant there. Hypothesis 5, there can be non-local entanglement of consciousness between people. Now, this kind of thing called hyperscanning, which I mentioned before, where you get the synchronization of EEGs in the absence of any sensory connection. Fenwick did a paper on that. Some other people have come in and tried to tear it to pieces because they wanted to find out how solid it was. And they can see lots of problems, but they can also get down to an unreducible fact that the synchronization seems to be occurring. And this points to there being a oneness of consciousness which is shared, a la Jung and Bohm. And if you recall the chart, with all those levels within consciousness, encompassing everything. So that oneness is an important aspect of consciousness, that every conscious thing is connected in some way with all others. And for hypothesis 6, a lot to be done here, but that the randomness shown by the reg is not truly random. So that's yet to be determined, and probably would involve astrophysicists and quantum physicists, and I don't know how you go about testing that, but I feel that there's a very fertile field for research going on there. And just pop back to the diagram so you can have a look at how all these things fit together once more. And I'll magnify the center. So there you have it. It's about simplifying the whole of consciousness research, and indeed all of scientific research, because if these fundamental principles are taken into account, such as that there are levels of reality, that they are all interacting, that consciousness is universal and everything is connected, and that all of the sciences fit within that and overlap with each other, then we have a foundation for going forwards in all aspects of science that is a broader foundation than we ever had before, and may come up with some pretty amazing answers about the nature of life, the universe, and everything. So thank you, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Camacho. My project is a philosophical account of concussions. My philosophical background is in philosophy at UMSL, where I worked on epistemology and empirical philosophy, specifically on work on synesthesia with the Brogard Lab for multisensory research. And now I'm a unlicensed Juris Doctorate from South Texas College of Law, and currently I work with the law offices of Gary Martin Hayes and Associates, where I currently write on demand letters that detail medical treatment, specifically on concussions and traumatic brain injuries. So the plan is to first identify the problem of concussions, argue for 3 different types, and show why each is useful and applicable to current cases, and then look at in the future in terms of what theories of consciousness best fit my account of concussions. The project starts with trying to explain the main problem of concussions, was explaining how a concussion causes so many widespread symptoms. This includes, but it's definitely not limited to, loss of consciousness, dizziness, mental fogginess, sensitivity to light and sound, reduced attention and concentration, which is huge in philosophy of mind, lack of executive function, but also it also includes psychological issues like depression, anxiety, and hormonal dysfunction and phobias. So how should we define the concussion? Well, Center for Disease Control defines a concussion in a functionist sort of way. It defines it as a type of TBI, a traumatic brain injury, that affects how the brain works. Now, from my view, this definition is quite broad, perhaps even too broad, because you can think of, for example, a metal pipe through the skull, through the brain, will disrupt brain function. However, no one would definitely say that a concussion will actually occurred. So my working definition is the disruption of intracranial neural connections and the communication of multiple systems within a living brain. So one of the key points is that the brain is still alive, the person is still alive during a concussion. This also includes a temporal aspect where a person has a concussion for multiple days and months and years. So the 3 types So when a person receives a violent blow to the head, there are shear forces of bone to the flesh that create a diffuse axonal injury. The brain and skull literally rub against each other, shredding the neurons on top, and to the sides of your brain, to the sides that transmit information. So what's happening here is not there's not necessarily a one impact blow is disturbing just these communications in one aspect of the brain. It's usually a system-wide problem. And to best capture the different groups of symptoms, I would argue for 3 different types. There are vestibular, cognitive, and emotional types of concussions. I'm going to go through these now. A vestibular concussion, the main symptoms, I would say the main symptom is dizziness. Dizziness is not found in the legs. It's really found in the eyes. Eye tracking tests show that a person will be unable to trace a perfect circle. With their eyes, a circle would look like an oval because a person's eyes are moving involuntarily, which disrupts obviously their balance. So when someone exhibits dizziness, they usually have abnormal saccades in the eyes, and they're unable to make smooth pursuit circles with their eyes. That obviously leads to balance changes, of course, nausea and vomiting, and again, sensitivity to the light, to the eyes would lead to sensitivity to light and sound, and of course, tinnitus. Cognitive concussions are thinking concussions. There are reasoning, more concussions that impact reasoning skills. These impact decision making and also memory. Mental fogginess is a diminishing of the thought processes. So a person's mind is slower than they used to be. They have a reduced reaction time. They may have lost consciousness, which obviously impacts their memory. Usually it's a short-term memory loss, but it can extend to, it also depends what you mean by short-term, like minutes, days, or just the record, or if someone got injured, maybe just not ever remembering how the injury ever occurred. You may remember certain details of the injury, but you may not ever remember exactly how that TBI actually took place. Emotional concussions can be very severe. Mood fluctuations is usually sort of one of the key symptoms. Includes personality changes, irritability, anger, quick to anger, depression, anxiety, and intense phobias. So while many will think that this type of is purely a psychological phenomenon, I would disagree. The disruption of the pituitary gland and the hormones and hormonal dysfunction can cause such a wide array of symptoms, such as the lack of sex drive, which obviously can impact your mood. So these three types are helpful. One, they help you to this distinction helps to put them in different groups, which also helps to identify the right tests, which helps to lead the right diagnoses, and also obviously the right treatments. And you can have probably a better idea of what to accept for recovery plans. So, and it's also helpful because general concussion tests, just a test to determine whether or not you actually received a concussion, like these below, the Stanford Concussion Questionnaire, the Sports Concussion Assessment Tool, and the SLUM, St. Louis Mental Status. These just determine whether or not you had a concussion. These don't actually have anything don't really specify exactly what type of concussion. So you obviously need further tests. Here, let's probably the examples. First, Helen Bibby and Sam McDonald's Theory of Mind after traumatic brain injury. Their paper, in which TBI patients were required to do theory of mind tests. This is a clear example of a type of cognitive concussion because these kinds of patients failed at making higher order inference making judgments, inference making reasoning abilities these are higher order thinking processes. So it would be wrong to consider them as having an emotional concussion. In fact, if when someone experienced an emotional concussion, their reasoning skills may be exactly the same, and their memory may actually be a little attuned to the extent that they have phobias or have post-traumatic stress syndrome when they see certain things that remind them of the wreck, as opposed to not remembering the wreck or the injury at all. Emotional concussions can actually enhance, don't have a problem as much remembering any sort of loss of any loss of consciousness. Megan Craig, she wrote a first-person account of her TBI experience. She is a philosopher, so of course I had to bring her in. She had trouble concentrating and focusing, so there's definitely an aspect of her having a cognitive concussion. However, at the same time, she experienced severe personal identity issues. This is much more nuanced than my ability to think or complete tasks, like Bibby's theory of mind test, those inference making judgments. Here we have a case where Craig does not feel like she is herself. She could do all the cognitive therapy out there, but her motor vehicle wreck altered the way she was. So her emotional reactions to the world changed. It's much more that of a thinking issue. It's more of a psychological uh, task where she needs to think about who she was. And obviously, one of the most famous cases, Jason Paget, who was an average IQ, below average IQ furniture store worker who got in a bar fight and was kicked in the head and fell to the ground. And over time, he developed mathematical sort of superpowers where he could draw fractals and was and his IQ jumped. And while he always explains as it's not easy. It's not something that comes from naturally. He has to think about it pretty hard, but he can actually. But um, his who he was, his identity changed, and so when you think of personality traits, when you think of identity issues, those should sort of indicate more of a sort of an emotional type of concussion. Now, vestibular concussions are very tricky. They, while we, the main fundamental problem uh, that vestibular concussions, I think, can really sort of help us is in philosophy, and particularly Descartes' mind-body problem. And um, so first we have to think about dizziness. So dizziness is the body's inability to locate itself in space. So when someone's dizzy, they really cannot. They don't know where they are. They can't. They don't feel stabilized at a fixed point. Again, remember, dizziness is not in the legs; it's in the eyes. So the information from a person's eyes to their mind is distorted, which prevents the mind from locating itself. Your mind literally does not know where it is. When a person's eyes become unstable and fail to stabilize on a fixed point, the person becomes dizzy. And now, if you remember Descartes' meditations, and we all want we also want to know, we all want to know what kind of things exist, like minds or bodies, when he's in his state of meditation. The fundamental question to answer is first knowing where to locate the mind or body in space. So vestibular concussions can really help us in a way to understand the first question of the mind-body problem is not whether or not these things exist, but before that, like, where can they exist in space? How do we know that? It's an epistemic question. How do we know where these things exist in space? And now, if you go that route I think is a little bit more promising than just minds and bodies. Now you're thinking about how the mind reacts or interacts with the vestibular system. So, Descartes never asked for how we can know the location of minds and bodies, which obviously leads to his rampant dualism. And even later, the more, in psychology, people call it the homunculus problem. Now, to avoid going down that route of minds and bodies as being two separate entities, we need to look at how the vestibular system gathers information to help inform and locate the mind in space, within space, within a body. Now, again, we all know Descartes' skepticism is deep-rooted, and he would want to question how can we even trust the vestibular system in the first place, right? But concussion cases can show how the body and mind require an integration between each other, because the experience of the conscious mind and its ability to locate itself in space is tethered to the vestibular system. So, generally, the best route to sort of avoid or provide maybe more clarity on the mind-body problem, or avoid just minds and bodies, is really looking specifically at the mind and the vestibular system. Now, and final slide, what theory of consciousness best fits my theory of concussion? So, automatically we can definitely toss out a few, right? If we're believing in consciousness already, we're not eliminativists. If we're believing that there's some sort of integration between minds and bodies, then we're probably not dualists, right? But what I would say is that the two leading contenders are the neural correlates of consciousness and the interconnectedness, the integrated information theory of concussion of consciousness. Both views are helpful because we're trying to pick out exactly where these experiences are coming from, and we can look specifically at the connections between different systems. Now, if we believe that the neurons can transmit information, then it's also helpful to think of so we need to at least have that in our mailbox, in our bag, in our toolbox, and then if you look at obviously Giulio Tonani's view of integrated information theory of consciousness, we have another sort of leading contender of trying to explain the characteristics of consciousness, like an intrinsic experience, like information, like integration, and these sorts of qualities sort of really highlight what a concussion experience really is. All right, I'd like to thank, obviously, the Tucson Science and Consciousness and the Center for Studies. Here's my email. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Krista Noble. I have a PhD in consciousness studies. I teach this subject at 2 universities, namely Maharishi International University and the Holmes Institute. What if consciousness came before the brain? What if consciousness is non-local and the brain simply localizes it? Philosopher and psychologist William James proposed this theory. To understand James's theory, let's use the analogy of a radio tower. A radio tower does not produce radio waves, it just transmits them. Likewise, according to James, the brain transmits consciousness instead of producing it. In other words, there is a field of consciousness that sends mental signals to the brain. The brain converts these signals into our individual experiences. A variety of evidence supports this theory, including basic mind-brain interactions, the effects of brain damage, and so-called psi phenomena. For more information on these topics, feel free to contact me at the email address provided below. Thank you for watching.
Hi there! Thank you, conference organizers. Congratulations to all participants, and thank you for watching. My name is Francisco Oyarzun, retired engineer in computer science mostly, but very interested in the science of consciousness. And I notice that some questions and caveats I rarely see, if ever. So let me share a few, maybe we can spice things up a bit. At this point in history, we still don't know how to build a system able to experience the sensation of green. But if you want to build a pointer that will shoot a beam of green laser light, you can make a laser in your basement based on parts and instructions that are publicly available. The only thing you really have to do is arrange atoms. And the atoms have been here since long before the advent of man, and in all that time there has never been a laser on this planet, not until we made one appear, and we could do that because, and only because, the possibility was always there. Likewise, you will never be able to build a device that requires a third type of electric charge, say. And likewise, biology, through evolution, has not invented successive sensations related to color, chemicals, sound, but has found ways to arrange atoms so that the organisms can experience qualia related to those things. But the number of types of qualia is most likely finite, says I. Part of the blueprints of this universe, much as the forces and elementary particles are. There may not be a quale for bluish brown or greenish orange. Maybe there is, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if it turned out that there was some deep mathematical connection between the set of all possible qualia and the set of fundamental particles. Now, when we talk about the possibility of constructing a system able to generate qualia, we must hope that said system will contain a witness, potentially able to feel, otherwise the quale is lost. Any conscious experience includes two qualitatively different things. We know that it is not the case that each quale generates its own witness. You know that, because you know, or should I say believe, that you don't change identity every time you look around or hear something different. This is one of those topics that brain researchers so rarely talk about. But it seems to me that most people who believe that a sentient system can eventually be constructed, they tacitly assume that such a system will necessarily generate its own witness and will continue to do so even when it is not actively producing qualia, and will do so consistently, by which I mean that you are the same person before you fall into a deep sleep or worse, anesthesia, as when you wake up. Are you? It sure feels that way, but then again, it would, even if the hypothesis were false. Alternatively, perhaps potential selves are floating all around, like you were the year before you were conceived, until they attach to a competent body. Research on patients that have had split but otherwise healthy hemispheres has shown that there is a separate self in each hemisphere. And that raises the question, well, in a healthy and connected human brain, could it be the case that there's actually a large number of cells, all in sync, because they all attach to the same brain, but totally unaware of each other? If there is but a single cell, and we disconnect the hemispheres, does a new witness pop out of nowhere? Into which hemisphere does the original go? Or does it disappear and the two new individuals emerge spontaneously? Frankly, I prefer to assume that there's many to begin with, and that begs me to ask, is the total number of potential cells in the universe constant? If we knew that the answer to that was yes, then I would find that very comforting with respect to the question, after we die, do we ever get to be conscious again? Okay, but can we at least pinpoint where in a living organism qualia arise? Decades-long research by Hamarov, Bandyopadhyay, and others have pretty much established by now that pi electrons in microtubules have to oscillate in concert in order for consciousness in humans to show up. But that is a necessary condition, not sufficient. Hamarov traces the emergence of perceptual consciousness in humans along three post-thalamic waves of neural activity. The thalamus gathers sensory input, of which the third wave, involving pyramidal cells, correlates with rich conscious experience. And he reports that anesthesia affects primarily that third wave. On the other hand, Mark Solms, Björn Merker, and others posit that consciousness arises and manifests itself before the thalamus in the evolutionarily ancient brain stem, and point out that children born with no pyramidal cells and no cortex can nevertheless hear and recognize voices and music, enjoy ice cream, hugs, or express discomfort. Likewise, lab animals that have had their cortex surgically removed. Now, if the brainstem is demonstrably sufficient and necessary for conscious experience, and it does include an impressive number of tiny specialized regions that produce over 100 different neuroactive substances, what needs to happen, I ask, in order that more research attention be given to the brainstem? Of course, if we want to discover the recipe that our universe demands in order to bring forth consciousness, we should look for the smallest example of such that we can find, right? Including invertebrates. The problem with that is, how do we know that such a system is indeed conscious? Well, Sir Roger Penrose has for decades advocated the idea that any system that demonstrates understanding is necessarily conscious to a high degree that he calls aware. And understanding is something that we can indeed detect. For example, octopi. They have less than 1% as many neurons as you and I, organized in a very different way from any vertebrate. And yet, we have convincing evidence of understanding. At the 2019 TSC in Interlaken, David Edelman showed us a video from Graziano Fiorito's lab in Naples involving two octopi. The first one was placed into a tank that contained an enclosed tank with transparent walls, within which the octopus could see its favorite prey. Now, let's not forget that neither that octopus, taken from the wild, nor any of its ancestors had ever seen a transparent wall. So it took the octopus quite a lot of trial and error to get in, figure out how to get out the crab. But all the while, there was a second octopus watching and learning. So the first octopus succeeds, takes out, another crab is placed into the inner tank, and the other octopus is given access. That second octopus swims straight to the tank, grabs the relevant knob, pauses for 2 seconds, opens and grabs the crab. Why that pause? Because the student had been looking from afar. Now that he was close, the images coming into his eyes were very different. But his observations had not been stored merely as a sequence of 2D images. They had been stored as a 3D model, something that current image processing AI does not yet do. So AI classifies, yes, algorithmically, but lacks understanding. When the student reaches the inner tank, his brain has to perform the equivalent of some intensive number crunching like our gaming computers do nowadays. To confirm that he is in the right place, the knob that he's holding, he can't even see, but the tactile feedback matches his 3D model. How that information is processed, that's for decades ahead. But the student octopus did not just memorize a sequence of movements and repeat like perhaps a robot might have. He understood what to discard as irrelevant and focus only on what actually produced success, and that's it. Therefore, by the Penrose criterion, he must be aware. Now, honeybees have less than 1 million neurons, but each connected to thousands of others. Yet in the hive, they perform a dance that indicates to other bees where the best flowers are right now. And said dance is a semiotic representation hardly recognizable as a map sketch. They have to convert angle with respect to gravity to angle with respect to sun on the horizon once they're outside, even when the sun is high up. And the dancing bee had to do the inverse conversion even though she was flying the other way. Inside the hive, they can even remember how much time has passed and compensate for the movement of the sun. So they match up the internal sensation of time with the sun, and also they can communicate distance. Any living organism that is able to juggle information like that and act upon it likely possesses enough understanding that it has to be aware, don't you think? Well, that would mean that it is possible to create a conscious system with less than 1 million neurons. Cerebellum? No. Bee brain? Yes. Betcha that recipe calls for some serious quantum processing. Time's up. Thank you very much. May your research prosper and your insights bloom.
Hello, my name is Soni from Kingston University, London. The topic of my talk today is an account of multifaceted self. This is my book, Emergence of Levels of Self, A New Theory of Consciousness, published in September 2020 by I would like to explore a few questions during my talk. The first question is the most important one. It's the meta problem of consciousness. And we will look at solutions to the meta problem of consciousness. The meta problem of consciousness, simply put, is the question which asks us to explain how is it that a person grows and asks questions, metaphysical questions such as why consciousness exists and why it is a problem to be solved. The second question is the subject-object relationship. The problem of the subject-object relationship has puzzled various philosophers starting from Kant, Merleau-Ponty, Fichte, Schelling, and many more philosophers. So we will look at the subject-object relationship with the idea that the object does more to contribute to this subject and its properties. So in doing that, we will create an idea of the self which is the most parsimonious. The account of self that we will explore here will apply both to the subject as well as the object. The subject, when it is a self, is the body, is the physical body. When the self becomes an object, then that object represents the self's outer existence as a mind. The third question is, how are inner syntax, substrate of self, and awareness related within the realm of experience? The idea of self that I want to explore here is the inner tendency, the agency of an individual to either choose to expose themselves to the stimulus or choose to resist to expose themselves to the stimulus. So in doing this, in choosing the right kind of stimulus, the subject is trying to protect or to preserve something which we will call the substrate of self. An example of a substrate of self is a physical body or a thought. So we will see over the course of the presentation that a self necessarily chooses or chooses not to expose itself to the stimulus depending on how good or bad that stimulus is for its existence, for the persistence of its substrate or essence in Aristotle's sense. The inner syntax is an outcome of the experience that the self has. Awareness is the internal realization of the subject's place in relation to its interaction with the world. What is experience? Experience is that complex process in which the self finds itself. What is the essential condition for emergence of new experiences? Here we will look at different experiences, the self being the seat of every experience. And while doing so, we will explore the multifaceted nature of the self. Each new experience gives rise to another experience, in the same way that each quality of a self gives rise to another quality. So in our exploration of new experiences, we will also explore new qualities of the self. Finally, what is consciousness? Consciousness is that process of self-preservation that the self undergoes in its interaction with the surrounding. As Merleau-Ponty and Edmund Husserl says, the subject is like an object in the world, But here what we will try to do is to find a comprehensive account of what it is that the object does to the subject, to give the subject its meaning. So the next question is, what is a person? A person lives and breathes that process that we call the self or consciousness. A person is like time, is analogous to time, which observes the passing of its characteristics. A person is the self in the moment, enjoying the selfhood, enjoying its interaction with the world. The first concept that is of most important significance is self-reference. Here, self-reference is considered as a basis of selfhood. The law of identity says A equals A because it is based on self-reference. Self-reference answers the question, is A of the future like A of the past? Self-projection or self-reference is basically projection in the sense of J.W. Fichte. Fichte said that in our perception of the world, what we do is we necessarily project our reality onto the world and see if that projection holds true or not. So self-reference, in our idea of selfhood, we use self-reference in this regard. Self-reference is a projection of one state onto another to find itself within an entity or among different entities. So we will see that the subject's interaction with the world gives rise to a selfhood within itself and among objects, among the subject and the object. So a self is a process of accommodating feasible change and resisting unfeasible change in order to preserve the essence of beingness or form. So here we will make a distinction between accommodating change and resisting or reacting against change. Immanuel Kant proposed the idea of self, saying that as a self, what we do is we receive impressions, we receive physical impressions from the environment, and knowledge and understanding arises as a result of that. So we will refer to Kant's idea of accommodating change, but we will also take into account this idea of resisting change. The agency in resisting change is key here. Also, the essence of beingness is analogous to Aristotle's soul. Aristotle says that plants and animals have different kind of souls based on their characteristic traits. The account of essence of beingness that I want to put forward here is similar to Aristotle's soul. So the self is the domain, self simply put is the domain of two different phases of an experience, namely the positive and negative experiences. And the act of accommodating physical change is simply called as a persist interaction. The persist interaction is analogous to Maurice Merleau-Ponty's idea of abduction. Maurice Merleau-Ponty's idea of abduction means that we adopt within ourselves a rhythm of existence when we are interacting with the world. Abduction means I expose myself to the world and accommodate the change that the world wants to bring within me. The act of resisting change is called escape interaction, and which is analogous to adduction in Merleau-Ponty's sense. Adduction means I cut myself off from the world. I resist any kind of change that the world wants to impinge on me. The third aspect of the self is the substrate of self. The substrate is that which is preserved in the self while it is interacting with the world. The substrate of self is that which is strived to be preserved in each interaction. So now we will look at self in its various stages. Each stage adds a new quality to the self. The self in its journey leads to emergence of syntax and qualities within the person. So by being a person, by being a self, what you're necessarily doing is you're learning new syntax and new qualities. You're accommodating change and learning new parts of speech. So the first level self is any inanimate object or an embryo which hasn't learned to experience reflexes. So the essence of the self is the body here. The syntax, the first ever word that a person learns is the metaphor. Before being an I, we are is. In Merleau-Ponty's sense, we are embedded systems before we are embodied systems, embodied beings. And the appearance of movement here is the experience that the inanimate object exhibits. The I is the embedded body capable of appearing to move. So the most basic kind of self is the I, or a table, which is embedded within its environment. And even though it doesn't move, the moment it loses its shape, it's considered to exhibit movement. The I is the projection of the essence of beingness of one state of an entity upon another state within itself. So the is necessarily me referring to myself, referring back to myself. It gives rise to the inner metaphor, the is. So the first ever part of speech that we learn to use is adjectives, the is. The first level self could be a human embryo or inanimate objects. The level of awareness of this first level self is very basic. This first level self is like Kant's self. It is not aware of the stimulus, it merely receives impressions from the stimulus. The duality in the experience of being the first level self is form and no form. You're either a form or you're not a form. Your experience of the world is decided on the basis of your form and form. Emergent from the first level self is the second level self. From merely a body, a sessile body, we move on to a moving body, a body which can react. So the second level self, the essence that is strived to be protected or preserved in the second level self is the moving body. And we learn adjectives such as I when we experience being a second level self. The infant at second level is capable of experiencing reflex actions. In second level self, since the self is capable of reacting in relation to the stimulus, the senses being the point of contact between the object and the subject are considered as perceptual systems capable of enactment. In Merleau-Ponty's sense, enactment is the agency within the senses. The senses choose to enact a certain bodily rhythm in order to understand or grasp the essence of an object. Here, reflex action is a contraction of a muscle in response to a stimulus. Such contraction is seen in senses either opening themselves to the world or closing themselves off from the world. The duality in the experience of reflex could be seen in hiccup reflex and blink reflex. Hiccup reflex is a persist or a positive kind of reflex where the eyes expose themselves to new stimulus, and blink reflex is an opposite kind of reflex. The self in the second level self is like a plant capable of positive or negative phototropism in the sense that it can react in relation to the stimulus such as sunlight in order to grasp the change from the sunlight or resist the change. The self is aware of the stimulus as externally existing effect. Third level self emerges from the second level self. From a moving body, there's emergence of a mind. From adjectives, there's emergence of nouns. And from reflex actions, there's emergence of emotions. So an emotion is defined as a collection of muscles moving to support or prevent exposure of the senses or the body to external stimulation. So the senses collaborate collectively to either expose themselves to the stimulus or not expose themselves to the stimulus in the act of emotion. The persist and escape emotions are dual experiences. An example of persist and escape emotion is happiness and sadness. You can see that when someone is happy, their senses are exposing themselves to the stimulus. When someone is sad, the senses close themselves off from the stimulus. And an interesting account of this kind of example is aggression. Aggression could be looked at as an automatic escape, in the sense that when you're angry, you're escaping from the stimulus as opposed to thinking that you're trying to inflict damage upon your object of anger. So vocalization and emotions are attempts to persist or escape. So when there's vocalization in emotions, we see that an infant is trying to attempt verbal expression for the first time. This is how infants learn to use their first words to refer to something which becomes a noun. In level 3, there is mind. The mind emerges from the body in the sense that the object becomes the center of all experiences, both positive and negative experiences. The object symbolizes the symmetry between positive and negative experiences, and in that way, the subject tends to animate the object. So the mind is that which makes the body move in the absence of a physical effect impinged on it by physical stimulus. The mind emerges from bodily interaction with an animated object. The concept of animated object is derived from Jacques Lacan's work Ethics, where he talks about the formative eye. An infant in interaction with a mirror tends to animate the mirror image by projecting onto it positive and negative experiences in terms of positive and negative bodily movements. Lacan says that in doing so, the subject is animating the object. So we could see that the animated object in turn becomes the mind, which affects the body to move or to change in a non-physical way. So the account of mind that we will see here is the idea that the body undergoes change, but in the absence of physical effects. The self in the third level self is an emoting child who is aware of the stimulus as being like itself, a collection of effects. So the stimulus in level 3 for the child is anything which feels like itself, namely a collection of effects. We move on to the fourth level self. Fourth level self, now from a mind From an object which can control one's actions, we move on to the object which symbolizes the agency, which has complete control over the subject's experience of the world, which we term as the extended self. The self necessarily extends, leaves the domain of the body and moves on to the domain of the subject. In its experience of the world, the fourth level self learns about verbs, because the idea of extension itself signifies there's some kind of transition from the body to the object in the world. And thus, the fourth level self learns to traverse in the world. The stimulus control movement of the body of the subject is seen when the animated object signifies extension of selfhood. So now in level 4, the self has complete control of the movement of the body of the subject. The object which was animated now signifies the seat of agency, thus the seat of selfhood. So the extended self is like a niche. The self is now outside the body. The fourth level self is a child who can move, or an animal which can move and is aware of the stimulus as the center of imitation. The child learns to imitate when it learns to be the fourth level self, whose selfhood is not within the body but outside the body. Moving and not moving are dual experiences in this regard. The level self arises from the fourth level self. From an extended mind, from a purely mental phenomenon, we move on to abstract thinking. The baby not only understands now that the object is like itself, but it can also think of object as being in more than one place. Abstract thinking is necessarily thinking about one thing being at two different places. The position of the object is learned. In level 5, the child learns spatial propositions. At this level, we have the mind of the child is filled with sentences, propositions, and this leads to the origin of schema. Schema is necessarily a group of thoughts about the nature of the world. So the mind of the individual, mind of the child, is filled with thoughts, preconceived thoughts about the world. The child learns to perceive space, learns to point at the world, and think abstractly. Positive and negative thoughts about the world form the dual experiences in level 5. The child, as the fifth level self, passes the object permanence test. The child understands that when the object is hidden, it still exists in the world. It does not cease to exist. So the fifth level self is aware of the stimulus as perennially existing in a particular location in space. Emerging from the fifth level self is the sixth level self. A child who can think abstractly learns now to predict the nature of the world around it, to be a master of the physical world. In doing so, the child starts asking the what questions. The term what signifies cognitive closure. When you use the word what you're necessarily doing is you seek cognitive closure. This kind of cognitive capacity of predictive processing comes with the experience of feelings. For Antonio Damasio, Feelings are emotions which are not instigated by physical stimulus. Feelings are emotions which are instigated by thoughts. Feelings and interrogative sentences are part of the faculties of the mind of the sixth level self. Positive and negative feelings form the dual experiences. The child is able to experience positive and negative feelings. The child also understands the benefits of prediction error as opposed to prediction success, because prediction error in terms of Antonio Damasio's work leads to the experience of emotions. And emotions, since emotions afford a person intuitive learning, prediction error is seen to be more beneficial than prediction success. The self as a sixth level self is aware of the stimulus as behaving in an anticipated manner. The self gains a mastery in predicting the nature of the world. We next move on to the seventh level self. A child capable of experiencing the world through predictive processing now learns to exhibit self-awareness. It learns to think of itself as an object. The self turns itself into an object when it exhibits self-awareness. In doing so, it learns the when type questions. And then the correlate of such faculties is seen in self-conscious emotions such as guilt, shame, and so on. Here we could see that when is a collection of what's, in the sense that if you have a statement like if this happens then that, this sentence collectively leads to the when type of questions. The self-awareness here is at the cost of constant identity. When I turn myself into an object and I self-reflect, what I'm necessarily doing is I'm not identifying myself as a constant identity. My identity changes as my perception of myself as an object changes. Here in seventh level self, the child learns internal values and self-conscious emotions such as guilt, shame, and so on. The self is a person here experiencing self-conscious emotions, is aware of the stimulus as being itself, which observes itself. So there's a higher level of referencing going on here. The self also learns to possess empathy towards other people. The next and the final level of self is the eighth level self. The eighth level self learns to speculate about the world in a metaphysical fashion, and it learns to ask the why questions, and it passes the theory of mind test, namely the Salian test. So the why emerges from the when. The metaphysical speculations about religion, philosophy, and science fill the mind of the person. Understanding what it is like for others to conceptually experience the world is the cognitive capacity which the individual grasps as an eighth level self. The self here is a person who passes the Salian test and is aware of the stimulus as having a mind of its own. Here we can see a detailed account of how we have seen the emergence of various facets of self and the emergence of various experiences and the emergence of various syntactical elements in language. The I, which is the reference between the is with itself, leads to the emergence of the is adjectives, and then that in turn leads to the emergence of nouns, verbs, prepositions, whats, whens, and whys. This figure shows an account of the analysis presented here. The self is just an I with a body, and when it utilizes its free will, it grasps the world through cognitive capacities and experiences, and then finally gets to the level where it passes the theory of mind test and asks questions such as why God exists, why consciousness exists. So here, what we have tried to do is present a probable solution to the meta problem of consciousness by saying that if we can comprehensively show how an individual passes the theory of mind test or the Salian test, we can necessarily grasp the possibility of the person questioning the mere existence of consciousness and thinking that consciousness is a problem that he or anybody needs to be solving. Thank you.
Good evening to all respected audience. I present in vitro and in vivo studies of the effect of Faradarmani consciousness field on Alzheimer's disease. I'm Parisa Maftoun and representing the Cosmointer research team in this work. I have Master of Bioprocess Engineering from University Technology Malaysia. First, I'll introduce T-consciousness fields theory and the relevant body of research. Then we take a quick look at Alzheimer's statistic and disease progression. After that, I'll share the in vitro study on human neuron cell, followed by the in vivo study on the rat model. I end the presentation with the key takeaways and opportunities for future studies and collaborations. As seen in the table in the previous book by Cosma Intel, the effect of T-consciousness fields on the matter, macroorganism, cancer cells, plants, and human is recorded and measured. The studies in neuroscience also showed us a glimpse of hope on its effect on neurodegenerative diseases that are worth further investigation. So, what are T-consciousness fields? According to Muhammad Ali Taheri's historical concept, T-consciousness is one of the three existing elements of the universe, apart from matter and energy. Since T-consciousness is neither matter nor energy, therefore it's not measurable. However, its existence can only be known by observing and recording its effect on matter and energy. Based on consciousness bound theory, whenever a link is established between cosmic internet and consciousness of parts, such as molecules, plants, or humans, significant changes can be observed in the properties, characteristics, or conditions of that part. To develop a better understanding of T-consciousness fields, we have defined 5 stages of research, starting from proving the existence of T-consciousness fields to studying the mechanism of its effect. This project is in stage 1 or phase 1, in which we study the effect of one of the T-consciousness fields called Faradarmani. Dementia is a growing public health concern affecting over 55 million people worldwide. According to Alzheimer's Disease International, this figure will rise to 139 million by 2050. The estimated cost of dementia is over 1.3 trillion US dollars. AD is the most common cause of dementia, therefore we are in dire need of new treatment strategies. It takes many years before symptoms of AD emerge from its onset. Impaired recent memory is an initial symptom of AD. As dementia progresses, other cognitive deficits such as language dysfunction and visual spatial difficulty are frequently apparent. These cognitive impairments are usually accompanied by changes in personality and behavior. Pathologically, AD is defined by the extracellular accumulation of beta-amyloid peptides and intracellular neurofibrillary tangles composed of hyperphosphorylated tau protein. This results in disruption of neural communication as tau proteins have a crucial role in maintaining the stability of microtubules in axons. In clinical trials, both of beta-amyloid plaque and tau proteins are prime targets for disease-modifying treatments. This study aims to investigate the effect of T-consciousness fields, a non-pharmacological method in treating AD. Since this approach works at the level of cellular and molecular processes, the effect of Faradarmani consciousness field on human neuron cell line in vitro is investigated. Induced pluripotent stem cells from 2 late-onset AD patients and 2 healthy control age-matched subjects were donated from Royal Cell Bank. The iPSCs were then differentiated to neural progenitor cells using a neuroinduction medium for 7 days. The NPC then replicated in the neural expansion medium, and the medium was changed every other day for 7 days. After the differentiation of the neurons, the expansion medium is replaced with differentiation medium and used for 35 days. We normally change the culture medium every 4 days according to our protocol. However, to starve the cells, we didn't change the medium for an additional 96 hours. We confirmed prominent tauopathy upon 96 hours of starvation. Immunofluorescence microscopy is used to study the tauopathy and amyloidopathy, as well as the survival and accumulation of microtubule structure of neuron under the aging stress. This study is conducted in 3 groups. Group A is the control group without any treatments. Group B is the sham group that received starvation without FCF, and Group C received both starvation and FCF. There were 3 replications in each group. The experimenter was blinded to the treatment status, and two-way analysis of variance is used for data analysis. The FCF treatment request for Group C is registered on the COSMA Intel website for the entire experiment duration, from the time the model was created up to the ends of the related assay. The immunofluorescent intensity of cis-phosphorylated tau protein in 3 groups is shown in this figure. While there was a profound increased neurotoxic cis-phosphorylated tau in the stress-out culture neurons, the FCF treatment eliminated p-tau from the cell. Similarly, aging stress induced significant amyloidopathy in the stress-out culture, and FCF treatment blocked the pathogenic process. Cell assays showed that FCF treatment prominently suppressed neurodegeneration in cultured neuron upon aging stress. Also, there was a profound microtubule disruption in the stress-out neurons, and the FCF treatment held the phenomena confirmed by immunofluorescence staining of the cell. From the result, we can conclude that the treatment of human neuronal cell of Alzheimer's disease by the FCF led to about complete survival of neuron cell model and elimination of amyloidopathy and tau protein. 2 in vivo studies are conducted. In one study, we used traumatic brain injury mouse model and measured changes in tau protein content and behavior of mice in elevated plasmase under treatment of the FCF. You can find the details of this study on the COSMA Intel website. In the other study, the scopolamine model of Alzheimer's disease is used to study the effect of FCF on spatial memory and passive avoidance behavior in male Vista rats, which I elaborate on further. Scopolamine can induce cholinergic dysfunction and thus impair an animal's memory. We used the famous Maurice Water maze to investigate spatial memory. The rats first are trained to find a hidden platform in the water, and the probe test is carried out 24 hours and 1 week after training. For the inhibitory avoidance test, the rats are trained that entering the dark room leads to electrical shock. So during the test, which was conducted 24 hours and a week after training, the latency of entering into the dark chamber was determined as a measure of memory and recorded as a step-through latency. 80 male Vista rats were used, 10 rats in each group. The animals had adequate access to water and food except during behavioral experiments and were divided into the following group. The control group received only phosphate buffer saline or PBS. A scopolamine group or STP received a dose of 5 mg per kg scopolamine 1 hour before the test. The treatment group 1 received FCF as well as PBS, and treatment group 2 received FCF and SCP at the same time. The experimenter was blinded to the treatment status, and analysis variance is used for data analysis. The effect of scopolamine and PBS on animal performance at the probe stage is shown here. There is a significant difference between probe 1 and 2 between the control and scopolamine group. There was no significant difference between the treatment group, FCF and PBS, and control in both probes. However, FCF treatment restored the memory of rats in the scopolamine-treated group in the second probe test compared to the control group. This is our result regarding inhibitory avoidance. As shown in figure A, no significant difference was observed in the initial step-through latency. Note that the experimental group have not yet received any medication. In figure B, it's clear that animals treated with the scopolamine developed impaired avoidance memory 24 hours after training. There was no significant difference between FCF treatment and the control group. However, the FCF and scopolamine-treated group prevented memory impairment and restored the ability to recall. Figure C shows the 1-week recall result. A scopolamine-treated group recalls the shock chamber similar to the control group due to Faradarmani consciousness field treatment. Therefore, we can conclude that the treatment of rat AD model with scopolamine resulted in long-term memory disruption. In contrast, treatment with Faradarmani consciousness field improved memory function similar to the untreated control. In conclusion, Faradarmani consciousness field has shown significant impact on the recovery of both stress neuron cells and scopolamine model of rats. Therefore, replication of this study by other researchers along with further research is highly recommended, as FCF can be a promising alternative medicine helping millions of people suffering from neurodegenerative diseases. Since various forms of tau aggregation accounts for more than 20 neurological disorders including AD, we recommend to study the effect of Faradarmani consciousness field in other neurodegenerative diseases such as Parkinson, and also to test the effect of Faradarmani consciousness field on human subjects. Thanks for listening, and a special thanks to the organizer.
Oh, greetings from Sweden and from England. Oh, I really miss you, all of you, in the lovely Tucson, with hummingbirds, blooming cacti, and the sun overall. I have been on every science or consciousness conference since 2007, and I really hope to see you next year in Italy. Have a wonderful conference.
Hello everyone, welcome to my presentation. I'm Afshin Lorestani, certified PMP and MBA strategy manager, and also presenter for Cosmo Intel Science Fact Study Center. Today I have a pleasure to present a study named Investigating the Behavior of Human Brain and Heart Rate Variability Parameters under the Influence of Faradarmani Taheri Consciousness Field. First, I'm going to start with a brief introduction about Taheri consciousness fields and science fact methodology. Then I will go over the case studies of influencing the TCFs on brain and heart functions. For each case study, total 3, I will walk you through the methods, results, and conclusion. Muhammad Ali Taheri introduced novel concept of consciousness, which Taheri consciousness is one of the 3 existing elements of the universe apart from matter and energy. According to this theory, there are various Taheri consciousness fields with different functions, which are the subcategories of a network universal internet called the Cosmic Consciousness Network, or CCN. The major difference between the theory of the TCFs and other theoretical concepts is the practical application of the TCFs. TCFs can be applied to all living and non-living creatures, and their influence begins with the connection between CCN as the whole consciousness of the universe and the subject of the study as a part. This connection, called etisal, is established by Faradarmani's mind, a certified and trained individual who has been entrusted the TCFs.
These fields cannot be directly measured by science, but it is possible to investigate their effects on various subjects. Science Fact, new science which utilizes scientific investigation to provide the existence of Taheri consciousness as an irrefutable phenomenon and fact by conducting reproducible laboratory experiments in various scientific fields. The assumption of the studies is the cosmos was formed by a third element called Taheri consciousness that is different from matter and energy, and the argument is the existence of T consciousness fields can be demonstrated by its effects on matter and energy, with a proof that the scientific verification of the effects of TCFs on matter and energy. In the first part of the study, in order to complete and further develop the previous study of screening the electrical activity of the brain during Faradarmani connection, the brain activity of a different Faradarmani population was investigated by using task functional MRI to identify different activated and deactivated brain regions during the consciousness field connection. In the present study, we performed task fMRI group analysis and functional connectivity analysis of Faradarmani population comprised of 20 healthy men and women in equal numbers with the age range between 20 to 50 years, and compared the brain region activities during which a Faradarmani connects to the CCN and rest, and also to examine the changes in the brain activity in the shift from task to rest mode. Data were acquired while applying a 3 Tesla magnetic field. The study began with resting without connection to the FCF and with open eyes, and then individuals were asked to close their eyes and began this connection during their fMRI scan. The study findings led to symmetry activation and deactivation of the human brain regions during the FCF connection, which is also significantly different compared to rest. As you can see in this slide, the fronto-parietal lobes of two brain hemispheres show remarkably increased activity during the FCF connection, and the temporal and occipital lobes of the left and right hemispheres show deactivation during the FCF connection. In the second part of this presentation, the Faradarmani's brain EEG data was analyzed based on the functional effective connectivity and graph theory to demonstrate distinctive feature of the Faradarmani's brain network during the FCF function. Faradarmani group was comprised of 33 women and 12 men, and non-Faradarmani group of 11 women and 4 men, and the age range of both groups are between 20 to 50 years. As can be seen in the picture, there is a significant decrease in activities of delta, beta 2 and beta 3 waves in the experimental group task compared to the control group task. The connectivity differences in the delta, theta, beta 1 and gamma frequency bands between two groups of the study is not significant. The only case of increased connectivity is the alpha 1 frequency band, and the most decreased connectivity between different frontal brain regions can be seen in the case of the beta 3 frequency band. In this part of a study, the FCF function mind mediation in the connectivity study except an increase indicates multiple decreased functional connectivity between different regions of the frontal network. For the global network topology, results show a significant decrease in a characteristic path length and increase in global efficiency, clustering coefficient, and transitivity in experimental group compared with control. The last part of this presentation was designed to test the effectiveness of Faradarmani connection on automatic nervous system functioning, which heart rate variability HRV and a skin conductance SC indices were measured as reliable indicators. All the recordings were conducted under the same environmental conditions from 50 healthy participants, 23 female, 27 males in the age range of 23 to 77 years. A 4-channel biofeedback device was used for this study. The first 5 minutes considered as base situation were recorded without any intervention. In the second 5-minute Faradarmani connection, treatment was administered in a double-blinded manner by a Faradarmani from long distance. It means that not only the participants and recording technician were not informed about the purpose of the research, but also the Faradarmani did not know anyone. To obtain HRV parameters, the heart rate data derived from BVP signals. As shown, the changes of the frequency and time domain of HRV under the influence of Faradarmani connection are significant. The most significant changes are in the frequency domain parameters of HRV. Analysis of frequency domain parameters of HRV reveals statistically significant changes in PNN50 between Faradarmani connection and baseline mode. A statistical analysis of frequency domain parameters of HRV represents significant changes in VLF, LF, HF, LF over HF ratio between Faradarmani and baseline mode. No significant differences were observed in SDNN pre and post Faradarmani connection. As a conclusion of this presentation, we can state that the results of fMRI tests are in alignment with the previous studies on the examination of Faradarmani's brain, where the majority of the activity occurred in BA6 regions. Based on the second results, the activity in the gamma frequency band is increased as a result of connection with the FCF in humans regardless of being Faradarmani or not. Also, the data shows a reduction of most frequency band activities and significant reduction of connectivity in the frontal lobe. In Taheri's approach, the human brain is like a detector in relation to the FCF, and as a result of this connection is to repair the system under treatment. It is hypothesized that the human brain in the role of the Faradarmani can be considered as a passive powerful detector or marker of the FCF function mediation rather than an operator or initiator. Finally, according to the results of the third part of the study, not only Faradarmani connection, even from far distance, has its significant effects on automatic nervous system functioning, but also it exerts different variation on HRV parameters. At the end, I would like to give a special thanks to you for your attention and listening to my presentation. Cosmo Intel welcomes the collaboration of all attendants at the scientific and professional team based on expertise in various areas of science. Thanks. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Jürgen Kornmeier from the Institute for Frontier Areas of Psychology and Mental Health in Freiburg, Germany. Today I want to talk to you about top-down resolution of visual ambiguity and the question whether our current percept is more influenced by knowledge from the future, precognition effects, or by footprints from the past, so to speak, perceptual history effects. Current theories about visual perception assume that the perceptual system weights the a priori incomplete and noisy sensory information with previous memorized perceptual experiences in order to construct stable and reliable perceptual interpretations. Theories about precognition have an opposite point of view. They assume that information from the future can have influence on perception, thoughts, and behavior. In the current study, we tested whether one is true or the other, or maybe both. What we did was we presented ambiguous necrolepsis. It's this stimulus here. And while you observe the stimulus, you can perceive it either in this orientation or in that orientation. We call this the T perspective because the front side is oriented to the top left. We call this the B perception because the front side is pointed to the bottom right. Okay, what is the logic of our analysis? First of all, we presented stimuli in pairs, S1 and S2. When S1 occurs, participants have to decide whether they perceive it like this or in the other orientation by pressing a key. When S2 occurs, they have to decide whether their perception has changed from S1 to S2 or whether it has stayed the same. We had two experimental conditions. In the first condition, the AD condition, stimulus 1 was ambiguous and stimulus 2 was disambiguated with depth cues, as you can see here. In the DA condition, stimulus 1 was disambiguated and stimulus 2 was ambiguous. So how we did analyze our data. If you have such a sequence, a B perspective, unambiguous B perspective, an ambiguous lattice, and again an unambiguous B perspective, you can perceive the sequence either like this, BTB, or like this, BBB. What we can do now is we can calculate the probability of perceiving the BBB sequence by dividing the number of BBB percepts by the total number. So the sum of the number of these and these percepts. Moreover, we can also have a scenario like this, that the current stimulus is still ambiguous, the subsequent stimulus is in the B perspective. However, the stimulus S2 from the previous pair is presented in the T perspective. So this is the difference between here and here. And again, we can calculate the sequence T, the probability of the sequence TBB by dividing the number of TBBs by the total number here. So now the reasoning is the probability of a history effect, given that we have a current percept of B, is simply the difference of these two terms. So if the history has an effect, then this probability and this probability should be unequal to 0. However, if the previous stimulus has no influence on how we see this stimulus, then this difference should be 0. In the same way, we can do the precognition analysis. Here, the difference is that the previous stimulus is the same. The current stimulus is again the ambiguous one, but the future stimulus is different. And if the identity of the disambiguated future stimulus has an influence on how we perceive the current stimulus, then the respective difference, this difference, should be 0. Okay, let's come to the results. So I have to admit that this reasoning is not so easy to understand. However, the results are, again, easy to understand. What we have here are different stimulus sequence scenarios. And what we have here is the deviation from our null hypothesis. As I said, the null hypothesis is that this difference term should be 0. And any systematic deviation from this null hypothesis, any value unequal to 0, is an effect. What we see here, the filled icons are individual participants, and the open cycles are the grand means, plus minus standard error. Blue icons are related to the precognition analysis, and the red icons are related to the history analysis. And as you see, in both conditions, condition AD, which is presented here, and condition DA, which is presented here, we see a systematic deviation from the 0, from the null line for these history analysis terms. We see it here, we see it here. We don't see it with the precognition analysis. As you see here it seems to be the case that the individual icons are equally distributed among the 0 line. So now we can a little bit more zoom into the precognition analysis. We did this by zooming the y-axis from 0.8 to 0.2. Then we have a higher spatial resolution of what happens in the precognition analysis. And again, you see that here is the zero line again, that the icons are more or less equally distributed among this zero line. What we did here is we looked for outliers, for extreme values, and indicated the respective participants by colored icons and specific formed icons, which means this green square and this green square, this and this are the same person. The same applies to these red squares. They are the same person. And this is, in fact, the interesting effect. Even though on the group level we don't have a precognition effect, we find this interesting pattern that this participant is a little bit more extreme in his precognition difference values, in the sense that in both conditions he deviates from zero in the same direction. So what can we say now? We can say that we found pronounced perceptual history effects. There is a strong influence of the previous stimulus on how we see the current stimulus at the current moment. We don't see any precognition effects on the group level. However, we find an interesting pattern for one participant. Overall, the present study demonstrates that any future experiment about sensory or extrasensory perception urgently needs to control for potential perceptual history effects, and that temporal aspects of stimulus presentation and of perceptual awareness, consciousness, are of high relevance. Finally, I want to point to this publication, which is essentially what I told today, and which is open access, as you may see. And I want to thank my co-authors. Dr. Ellen Joos, who was my PhD student at the time of the study and is currently postdoc at Anne Giersch's lab in Strasbourg, and Kriti Bhatia, who was my master student at the time of the study and is currently PhD student in Tübingen. Thanks for your attention, and if you want to contact me, you'll find my contact information here.
Hello everyone, my name is Masume Moradi and I will be presenting a comparative study of the effectiveness of Taheri consciousness fields and the theory of mind on borderline personality disorder on behalf of Mr. Muhammad Ali Taheri and Mehri Sheikhu. Before I begin, I just want to provide you with an outline of this presentation. The objective of this study aimed to determine the effectiveness of Taheri consciousness field treatment on reducing the symptoms of borderline personality disorder and to compare this to the effectiveness of teaching patients the theory of mind. Just some background information about borderline personality disorder. Borderline personality disorder is recognized as a pervasive pattern of instability in interpersonal relationships, self-concept, emotions, and impulsivity, and it manifests itself in various contexts. Borderline personality disorder patients are characterized by instability in their emotional state, mood, behavior, and object and self-image relationships, which describe as temporary schizophrenia or Helen Dash's terminological personality disorder. Effective and definitive treatments for this disorder do not exist, but modalities of treatments exist to minimize patients' symptoms. We look to further explore an important components of this study, the theory of mind and Taheri consciousness fields. The theory of mind refers to the capacity to understand other people by crediting mental states to them. Theory of mind is a theory insofar as the behavior of other people, such as their statements and expressions, is the only thing being directly observed. Based on individual circumstances, different people may develop more or less effective theory of mind techniques. Muhammad Ali Taheri is the founder of Irfan Kehani Halqe School of Thought with over 40 years of history. Also founded two forms of complementary medicine known as Faradarmani and Scientology. In most countries of the world, complementary medicine and conventional medicine are used to diagnose and treat diseases. Mr. Taheri introduced a new science in 2020 as a branch of this school of thought, in which he coined the term science fact. In science fact, Taheri consciousness is introduced and defined as one of the constituent components of the cosmos in addition to matter and energy, which Taheri consciousness fields as non-material, non-energetic fields are derived from it. The inventor of the method introduces such evidence as a scientific fact, known as science fact, seen in figure 1a, and its common point with the world of conventional science in the evident experiences in the world of matter and energy. As you can see in figure 2a, Taheri consciousness is one of the three existing elements of the universe apart from matter and energy. Moving on to the methods. The quasi-experimental method was used in the present study, with a control and an experimental group where the pretest borderline personality disorder questionnaire STB scores were monitored during the analysis process. The statistical population of this study were 24 clients diagnosed with borderline personality disorder using the STB questionnaire in clinics in Tehran, Iran. The patients were randomly selected and assigned to the two patient groups of 12. The ANCOVA test used to compare the result with the pre-test and post-test scores. Just some important points I would like to address before moving into the statistical analysis in Table 1. Based on our analysis of the dependent variables, marital status, and educational level, we found that all subjects in the control group were married, and nearly 29% were divorced. In the experimental group, 29% of the subjects were single. Additionally, the education level of the people in the control and experimental groups was a high school diploma, and the average age difference between the two groups was 36 units. Based on the significant probability of the test, the normality of the variable distribution of general symptoms of borderline personality disorder in both the control and experimental groups was confirmed. Table 1 shows the mean of the subscales which compare the treatment of the two methods of consciousness field and theory of mind with their controls. The bold numbers indicate their significance, and CFS was used to abbreviate the Taheri consciousness fields in subsequent tables and figures in the following slides. As you can see, there is a 43% efficiency after treatment of using the Taheri consciousness fields. On the contrary, there is a 21% efficiency seen in post-theory of mind treatment in the table. However, it is not significant compared to the control group. Additionally, when we look at the hypothesis subtypes of despair specifically, our statistical analysis indicated that there is an 11% efficiency after treatment using Taheri consciousness fields, unlike the negative 3% efficiency after using theory of mind treatment seen in the table. Figure 1 shows the total data of the subscales and their significance comparing both the TCFS and theory of mind treatment with their specific control groups. As you can see, there is a statistically significant difference between the pre-CF treatment and post-CF treatment. However, the pre-mind and post-mind data indicate that there is no significant difference between them. Furthermore, it's important to note that the pre-CF data compared to the pre-mind data indicate no statistically significant difference between them. Figure 2 shows the data collection of the dispersed subscale and the dispersion with a significant comparison between the groups in this study. As you can see, there is a statistically significant difference between the pre-CF treatment and the post-CF treatment with an efficiency of 11% mentioned previously. However, the pre-mined and post-mined data indicate that there is an efficiency of -3%, which indicates there is no significant difference between them, also as mentioned previously. Figure 3 provides a side-by-side comparison of the probability density of the total data shown in 3A and the comparison of the total data with the distribution shown in 3B. 3A indicates that the probability density of all data was compared and obtained from the subscales in comparison between different groups of this study, where statistical significance was compared in each treatment between the experimental and control treatments. In 3A, instead of adding subscales values and comparing them, which is seen in 3B, all the subscales data was compared together and cumulatively between the types of groups. 3A was created in order to provide a better visualization of the compiled data via probability density, thus portraying the effectiveness of TCFS treatment in comparison to theory of mind. Regarding 3A, we see that there was no significance between pre-mined and post-mined data. Additionally, there was a significant difference between pre-CF and post-CF treatments. The Taheri consciousness field treatments had a better effect in treating borderline personality disorder in comparison to mind theory treatment shown in figure 3A. Overall, the inclining data density to lower values in total was clear, once again in figure 3A. To reiterate, these were the major findings of this study. The results indicated that treatment of TCFS resulted in a reduction of about 43% in the general symptoms of borderline personality disorder compared to the control group. The subscales were compared, and the TCFS had a significant decreasing effect on the subscale of specifically despair. The lack of significance in comparison between pre- and post-treatment were evident for both the subscales of paranoia and impulsivity. Therefore, the hypothesis of the effect of the Taheri consciousness field simultaneously on reducing borderline personality disorder was significant. The effectiveness and significance of the Taheri consciousness fields Faradarmani and simultaneously in reducing symptoms of despair was confirmed. However, this could not be said about symptoms of impulsivity and paranoia. In closing, I will be discussing the future prospects of the study. The use of Taheri consciousness fields introduces an alternative and complementary method to the conventional borderline personality disorder treatments. The implications of this study provides future opportunities to study the effects of Taheri consciousness fields, Faradarmani, and simultaneously on other debilitating physical and mental illnesses. For any question, please contact Cosmo Intel. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello everyone, welcome to my presentation. I am Surya Atash, Master of Science in School Counseling and Marriage, Family and Child Therapist, and also a presenter of Cosmo Intel Science Faculty Study Center. Today, I have a pleasure to present the study named A Comparison of the Definition of Intelligence in Psychology and Psychontology. This study examines different critical theories in the field of intelligence, memory, and creativity, and compares the previous definitions with those of Psychontology's theory on these topics. Muhammad Ali Taheri is the founder of Psychontology, an Iranian complementary medicine that explores the existential dimensions of the human mind and psyche and their complications. Psychontology aims to introduce novel methods to make accessing constructive and productive insights and intuitions possible that would promote human growth and evolution and would lead to the activation of the creative genius in individuals and the emergence of new ideas in various areas of knowledge. Muhammad Ali Taheri introduced novel fields with non-material, non-energetic nature named Taheri consciousness fields, TCFs. T-consciousness is one of the three existing elements of the universe apart from matter and energy. According to this theory, there are various TCFs with different functions, which are the subcategories of a network universal internet called the Cosmic Consciousness Network, CCN. The influence of the TCFs begins with the connection between CCN as the whole consciousness of the universe and the subjects of study as a part. The major difference between the theory of TCFs and other theoretical concepts about consciousness is related to the practical application of the TCFs. TCFs can be applied to all living and non-living creatures, including plants, animals, microorganisms, and materials. These fields, TCF, cannot be directly measured by science, but it is possible to investigate their effects on various subjects through reproducible laboratory experiments. Science fact is new science because it utilizes scientific investigation to prove the existence of T-consciousness as an irrefutable phenomenon and a fact. From psychontology point of view, understanding the human beings require a comprehensive and supraholistic view. From this view, human beings, in addition to physical sensors, 5 senses, also possess mental and supramental sensors. Supramental sensors are recipients of intuition. They have the ability to create information that does not exist previously and the ability to receive awareness from beyond the mind. Psychontology offers tried and true knowledge that can lead to a practical and precise definition of creativity and intelligence. From this view, all intellectual activities comprise 3 categories: intelligence, wisdom, memory. According to psychontology, intelligence in the ability to create and bring about new information in various fields. Wisdom, on the other hand, is the ability to apply, make use of, and utilize anything, while memory is the ability to store and recall information. The ability to memorize information and events and the recollection of them is represented as MQT, memory quotient, and it does function in relation to wisdom and intelligence. In psychology, IQ, intelligence quotient, is a quantitative measure of wisdom, but in psychontology is known as wisdom quantity or the apparent intelligence. The extent of intelligence in psychontology is the extent of creativity and ability to create. It is the true IQ, which is considered as inner intelligence and called IQT, that is qualitative in nature and cannot be measured by numbers. In psychology, what is known as IQ, representing the potential of learning, computation, language, comprehension, memory, and abstract reasoning, from the standpoint of psychontology, are considered wisdom or apparent intelligence that are aspects of wisdom and are called WQT. In psychontology, creativity is defined as the inner intelligence, a potential in all humans that needs to be activated. This activation requires a high degree of thirst of knowledge and discovery of truth in addition to other measures. According to the theory of intelligence in psychometry, intelligence is the ability to create and bring about new information in various fields. Wisdom, on the other hand, is the ability to apply, make use of, and utilize anything, while memory is the ability to store and recall information. For example, Wechsler defined intelligence as the individual's ability to adapt to their environment effectively and to act purposefully. According to Binet's definition, intelligence is the ability to understand, reason, judge, and solve problems. According to Gardner's theory, in order to assess all the ability and talents of a person, the IQ alone should not be examined, but also other type of intelligence and talent should be considered. Goldman presented a definition of emotional intelligence as the understanding and managing the emotions of oneself and others. Spiritual intelligence is unique to human beings and deals with the underlying beliefs about the meaning of life, understanding the integration between human beings and their environment, the ability to receive intuition, a holistic view of the world, and the fundamental question about why and how human beings were created. Creativity and innovation are among the most sublime characteristics of human beings. The development of human civilization and their lives are impossible without creativity. Conclusively, three main fields in which intelligence is defined are wisdom intelligence, emotional intelligence, and spiritual intelligence. From the psychometry point of view, intelligence quality, IQT, is the ability to manifest creativity, innovation, and to create information and things that did not formerly exist. It also can occur during sleep and wakefulness. Intelligence is innate, common, and latent, and therefore is not inherited. Unlike wisdom, intelligence cannot be learned or programmed and cannot be increased by learning. Therefore, if personal ability increases by learning, it is an effect of wisdom, not intelligence. In psychometry, creativity usually emerges as placeless, timeless, languageless, and in the form of a mental spark. Its occurrence is not time-consuming, while rational thinking is time-consuming. In psychometry, MQT is the ability to memorize events and information and is not part of the capabilities of wisdom and IQT. It is a separate software that works in conjunction with wisdom and intelligence. The current education system relies on memorization of content, while it is imperative for the education system to be creativity-oriented in order to foster the growth and development of individuals and help human societies thrive and flourish. For this to occur, it is necessary to achieve the creative potential in children and adolescents, which are not activated through simple memorization of content. Otherwise, their mental capabilities will gradually diminish over time and will be replaced by stereotypical teaching that are dry and devoid of any creative spark. Connecting the human's minds to the consciousness and intelligence that governs the universe, CCN, is an effective way to promote intelligence and cause the emergence of inventions and innovations. Human intuition is scientifically known to be the cause of emerging creativity. Psychometry seeks to provide new methods for achieving intuition, thriving, flourishing, and human access to constructive inspiration. At the end, I would like to give special thanks to you for your attention and listening to my presentation. Cosmo Intel welcomes the collaboration of all attendants at the scientific and professional team based on expertise in various areas of science.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Cody Kaneshiro, and I'm a clinical psychology PhD student at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And I'll be presenting my master's thesis today, which asks the research question, can people get better at describing inner experience? I'm going to just start first by giving you an overview of the study, and we're going to go through each of these parts individually. We'll start first by talking about some context. First, I wanted to provide a definition of inner experience. Inner experience refers to directly apprehended phenomena present at particular moments. So thoughts, feelings, bodily sensations, and so on are just a few examples. Based on that definition, it's clear that inner experience is ubiquitous and of fundamental importance to many different scientific disciplines. However, to study inner experience requires first-person reports, which is known to be full of hazards. For instance, there's evidence about the distortions caused by intentional acts of self-observation, the limits of human memory, and so on. Although there are dozens of hazards to consider, two in particular are worth discussing. The first hazard references the evanescent nature of inner experience. This one is probably quite obvious, so I'll let this gift do most of my talking. It doesn't probably take much to imagine the many little shifts in her experience in the span of just a few seconds. The second hazard of experience refers to the fact that many people don't often discriminate between their inner experience from generalities, theories, and so on. For example, if you ask a typical person about their inner experience, you might get something like this statement here. Notably, this involves no description of inner experience whatsoever. Nothing said is descriptive of phenomena. It instead talks about generalizations and inferences of causation, both abstractions away from describing phenomena. In contrast, the second statement is entirely descriptive of directly apprehended experience, an innerly heard voice saying grape. There's no theorizing or subjectivity involved. These two hazards present genuine challenges if we are to develop an adequate science of experience. Thankfully, however, these hazards are not insurmountable. They simply imply that any adequate first-person method must work within the constraints imposed by these hazards. So, for instance, since we know that inner experience is evanescent, this means that any adequate first-person method must cleave to, in other words, not stray from and relentlessly focus on, a specific moment at the exclusion of all other moments, periods of time, or in general, non-temporal reports. Second, since we know that experience can be conflated with generalities, this implies that an adequate method must cleave to directly apprehended experience because it's the only thing that can actually be reported on. All else must be inferred or based on a blend of theories and heuristics. Lastly, and related to people's conflation of experience and assumptions, an adequate method must attend to how people talk about experience. We need to think of ways that allow for the differentiation of possible descriptions of phenomena from all other reports. Descriptive experience sampling is one first-person method developed specifically with the hazards of first-person reports in mind. That's actually where we'll be moving to next. We'll now provide more details about DES and the specific methods of the current study. So what is DES? DES is a first-person natural environment sampling method that uses a random beeper to capture samples of ongoing, directly apprehended phenomena. In a typical DES study, a participant wears the beeper, and at the random beeps, they're tasked with apprehending whatever experience happened to be directly present to them at the last undisturbed moment just before the beep's onset. Within 24 hours of sampling, the participant meets with DES investigators to describe whatever experience had been apprehended at each sampled moment. This sampling and interview process is repeated over several rounds, allowing for what DES calls iterative training. Participants collect new random moments of experience while improving their ability to apprehend and describe their experience. In our particular study, we were interested in seeing how participants in DES fared over time. We looked at two sample interviews from the very extremes of participants' time in DES, their very first sample and their very last sample interview. And we were interested in seeing whether their abilities improved. With DES and our methods explained, we'll now talk about what we found. Let's begin by considering a very first sample interview. This is a real participant's initial response when they were asked the typical DES question, what, if anything, was in your experience at the moment of the beep? You can probably read much faster than I can speak, so please follow along as we examine this participant's conversational turn. First, let's start by considering whether this participant demonstrated an ability to cleave to a moment. Here, the first highlight referred to a period of time, not a specific moment. And that was also true for the second highlight here. Lastly, the third highlight referred to a period of time after the beep had gone off. If you recall, that doesn't describe the moment we're interested in, which was the last moment just before the beep's onset. Ultimately, we see that no moment here was described. Thus, we determined the participant failed to cleave to a moment in this turn. Now let's consider whether directly apprehended experience was described. The first highlight may have been a description of experience, and the second highlight may have also been a description. But note that we now have two very different possible phenomena being talked about. Both these descriptions are mutually exclusive, right? They're so different from one another that they cannot be taken to be descriptive of a single specific experience. Also, notice how both these descriptions focus on the content of thought. Neither actually describe how thinking or wondering may have been apprehended. Lastly, we get a string of other possible descriptions of experience at the end of this turn. As I talked about just a few moments ago, a list of several different possible descriptions cannot possibly be taken to describe a specific experience. Ultimately, we see here that there are about 5 mutually exclusive experiences talked about that were all ostensibly about a specific experience. We don't have to be mind readers to see that it's difficult to make sense of what this participant's experience was, as there was no specific phenomena being described. Lastly, let's consider whether this turn spoke about experience in an unambiguous way. The answer to this question is likely pretty obvious by now, but let's take a look. The first highlight was an explicit statement of ignorance. I don't know signals everything that follows should be not understood straightforwardly. The second highlight was a causal inference. Theorizing why experience occurred does not involve describing phenomena. This is also a second causal inference as well. Third, we see the string of words all departicularize what's being said. At every instance, they lead the report away from a specific experience and towards generalized approximations. So we see here too that the participant failed to speak unambiguously about phenomena. In fact, all of these verbal hedges suggest that no particular phenomena may have been apprehended to begin with, right? At the very least, the report's not very good. It's very difficult to tell what experience, if any, is being described. In contrast, let's now see what participants sound like on their very last sample interview. In response to the same question asked in the very first sample interview, what, if anything, was in your experience at the moment of the beep? Here's what one participant said. First, let's consider whether this conversational turn was consistent with cleaving to a moment. The turn began with talk about context. Here, the participant clearly stated what was occurring before the beep. And however, soon after that report of context, we see the participant explicitly differentiated that context from the moment at the beep. At a minimum, this demonstrated the participant's heightened awareness that we are interested in moments, right, not general periods of time, and that we are interested in the moment just before the beep's onset. Ultimately, we see here that everything that was said was possibly about a specific moment. There is no talk about general time periods or anything other than a particular moment. Now let's consider whether what was said was consistent with cleaving to experience. Overall, essentially everything in this turn was constrained to describing phenomena. This description was one of mental math phenomena, and we see that that mental math experience was consistently described throughout the entire turn. At the end of the turn, we actually see a second possible description of phenomena, which was the feeling of knowing the answer is 100. So we see here too that this turn was entirely consistent with successfully cleaving to describing experience. Lastly, let's consider whether what was said was done so unambiguously. First, we see that what was originally a general description of thinking became more specific, a mental doing of math. We see here some pauses in speech, but note that these pauses do not undermine or detract from the fact that everything being said continues to describe the specific mental math phenomena. Here, even in the midst of talking about experience at the moment of the beep, The verbal softenings, again, do not undermine or lead the description away from the specific mental math experience. There's no ambiguity, equivocation, or conflation as to what's being described. We observe that nearly all of these verbal hedges that are in this turn lead the description towards a particularized experience. There's very little doubt that a particular experience is being described, and any verbal softenings merely signal that the description of particular experience is being refined. We observe these changes consistently across all of our participants, which leads us to a few major takeaways. First, we see that naive participants fail to cleave to any moment and to experience. And in contrast, we see that after completing DES, participants are much better at cleaving to a moment and to experience than on their first day. Ultimately, what we see here is that developing a science of inner experience is possible. Just because inner experience has many valid hazards does not mean that we cannot apprehend and describe experience adequately. It just may take some bit of work. If anything, these findings are optimistic of the future of inner experience in science. As demonstrated by DES, other first-person methods must consider how its procedures aid participants' ability to cleave to moments and to experience. Thank you all very much. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to contact me.
Hello and welcome to TSC 2022. My name is Malcolm David Lowe. I'm an independent researcher living in Charlotte, North Carolina. This is a poster presentation for the TSC 2022 conference. I'm presenting a cognitive theory of consciousness entitled Consciousness from Correlation to Explanation. The thesis of my presentation is that consciousness is an emergent property of meaning systems. What follows is an account of how my research interests in the domain of meaning intersected with a 70-year-old definition of consciousness to solve the mystery of the so-called hard problem of consciousness. The term meaning systems in the slides simply refers to the systems of meaning that underlie all languages. In the course of my presentation, I will use the terms meaning system and system interchangeably to refer to such systems. This is a roadmap to my presentation. The first section introduces the topic of meaning in languages. In section 2, I use the metaphor of a tree to describe the underlying architecture of a meaning system. In section 3, I map out the architecture of consciousness with the help of a 70-year-old definition. And in section 4, I bring together the architecture of consciousness and of meaning to solve the mystery of consciousness. I research how meaning is encoded in words. Back in 2010 or thereabouts, I was engaged in a research project looking at how meaning is instantiated in words in the English language. I've always been fascinated by patterns in word meaning, patterns that suggested that there might be an underlying logic to how meaning is encoded in words. I was fascinated too by the orthodoxy that claimed that the relationship between a word and its meaning was almost entirely an arbitrary construct. According to this view, the given name of something could be made up of virtually any combination of sounds. That's still the position of mainstream linguistics today. The quotations in the accompanying slide illustrate the approach avoidance relationship modern linguistics has with the subject of meaning. On the one hand, they want to understand it because they know that there's a relationship between the sounds and the marks we make and meaning. Hence, the reference to the Holy Grail in the first quotation. Meaning is the Holy Grail not only of linguistics, but also of philosophy and neuroscience. But they can't figure out what that relationship is and don't know how to approach the subject directly. There are a number of reasons for this. First, the domain of meaning just seems too vast and complex to comprehend. Note in the second quotation here the reference to the vast and tangled jungle. And second, no one has any idea where words, the basic units of meaning used in languages, come from. Noam Chomsky speaks to this problem in the third quotation here, when he says, Now these pose an enormous mystery. They are completely unlike anything known in animal systems. We have no idea how they evolved, when they evolved, or where they came from. But the real issue is not the tangled jungle or the provenance of words, but the fact that modern linguistics has by fiat ordained that the sign is arbitrary. In other words, that the relationship between the sound of a word and the concept to which it refers is deemed to be arbitrary. See here in the fourth passage where it says, "This principle is the organizing principle for the whole of linguistics, considered as the science of language structure." This principle effectively spells the death knell for any investigation of meaning at a system-wide level in languages. If there's no purposeful or motivated connection at the level of a word, then seeking some systemic relation between sound patterns and meaning would not only be fruitless, it would be futile. As a result of these perceived and real barriers, modern linguistics mostly approaches the subject of meaning gingerly and indirectly through the study of syntax. Granted, on the face of it, meaning as a domain does look like a giant tangle of sound and meaning, a kind of Rorschach ink blot of randomness. It's hard to imagine that there might be some order behind the apparent chaos. But remarkably, there is order. My research shows that on a macro level, beyond patterns in individual words, there is order and organization at a systemic level, and that's what I was looking for in my research. I was building a theory that languages are more than the sum of their parts, and much more than they are made out to be. Most people think of languages as a means of communication, an artifact of a particular culture. So the French speak French, the Dutch speak Dutch, Russians speak Russian, and so on. But I realized as my research progressed that languages are much more than that. They're actually systems of meaning with a definite underlying structure and organization. Otherwise stated, they're complex systems where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The accompanying slide shows the basic systemic structure that was being revealed to me by my investigation of how words encode meaning in English. This architectural design is best described by the metaphor of a tree of meaning, if you like, where one becomes two by the repeated bifurcation of branches all the way up to the apex of the tree. The tree metaphor is a helpful one in a number of respects, but particularly because it gives credence to the idea that meaning systems grow and develop over time, like a biological organism. Notice that the structure shown in the slide describes one system. The equivalent of the trunk, limbs, and branches of the tree are all parts of the same system. And crucially, words shown here as orange leaves are an integral part of that system too. Words in this paradigm are simply downstream expressions of the meaning system. Notably, the connection of words to concepts is not arbitrary as predicted by established theory. My research was demonstrating that the relationship between words and the concepts they refer to was motivated and based in sound logic, no pun intended. I'll give you a striking example of this in the following slide. Other features of the tree to note are the system comprises a hierarchical network of concepts, beginning with the concept 1 here at the base of the tree. All concepts bifurcate into twin offspring, again, all the way up to the top of the tree. The rationale for this is that concepts naturally come in pairs, oppositional or complementary pairs. We can't conceive of up without down, inside without outside, or life without death. The two ends of the same bar are indivisible. Therefore, logic dictates that both poles, or complements, of a concept must enter the system at the same time. This aspect of the coding is built into a meaning system from the ground up. Note too, as I've indicated here, that just as an oak tree is nested inside an acorn, so all concepts in a meaning system are ultimately nested inside of the concept 1. The concept 1 is the linchpin of the whole system because everything has to be recognized as a one, an individuated entity, before it can be named. This slide is where the rubber meets the road for my theory. It probably seemed like a futile adventure to some, but I never believed or accepted the idea that the names of things did not in some way reflect a motivated connection. Why I reasoned with the namers of first things choose to name things randomly when it would make much more sense to name them with purposeful intent. And this slide demonstrates unequivocally that there's a motivated connection between the sound of a word and its meaning. To repeat something I mentioned earlier, words are naming concepts, not things, but crucially they do so on the basis of a distinguishing trait of the thing being named. This slide shows how 5 different words in English encode the idea of a circle or cycle using a doubling of the sound N. The first 3 examples here won't raise any eyebrows. Annulate means composed of rings. Annual and anniversary refer to the cycle or period of 1 year. The next 2, however, are much more interesting because you don't normally associate them with this concept. The word 9 describes the cycle of digits, of single digits 1 through 9, with the second N standing for 1 and the first standing for 9. This is an example of how a meaning system uses place value to indicate the value of a symbol, in the same way the number system uses place value to differentiate the value of digits. I should mention parenthetically here that you can drop the vowels from the analysis. Only consonants carry meaning in the system I'm describing. The last example, onion, also falls outside of our normal thinking patterns, but the word clearly refers back to the telltale concentric circles that are the hallmark of a sliced onion. Now you can choose to believe that this correlation of sound to meaning is some sort of freak accident, but I can assure you that it's not the case. This is merely the tip of a very large iceberg. This slide shows a matrix of meaning based on my research findings. It summarizes in table form the underlying organizational principles and rules of the system from 2 perspectives, top-down and bottom-up. The left-hand top-down side of the matrix sets out the basic organizational structure of a meaning system in the following terms. Concepts are the building blocks of the system. They enter the system in a particular order, the most abstract concepts first. The first concept in the system is 1. The system grows by the progressive bifurcation of concepts out of the concept 1. Concepts come into the system in oppositional or complementary pairs, and the key bifurcation for purposes of consciousness is the separation of self, that is, what is me, from other, what is not me. The right-hand side of the table here describes the rules underlying how meaning is encoded in words. This should be read from bottom to top. So meaning is generated by the meaning system. Meaning is motivated. Meaning is carried in consonants. Words name concepts. And a word can encode more than one concept. So for example, the word photon incorporates the concept 1 in the ending of the word and the idea of light in the element photon. And the word woman is womb man, or a man with a womb. These 2 examples also illustrate the last rule here, namely that when multiple concepts are encoded in a word, they are built into the word from right to left, meaning that the root of a word is its ending, not the beginning. Although this is a matrix of principles and rules relative to English, there's no reason to assume it would look any different in other languages, at least in terms of the conceptual framework shown on the left-hand side of the table, since all humans are blessed with the same set of sensory organs and receptors. The rules dictating how meaning is encoded in words will, of course, differ from language to language. Underwriting the architecture of a meaning system as a whole is clearly a generative procedure that generates meaning for the thinker/speaker according to a design algorithm and encodes it in words according to a set of discoverable rules. For the purposes of interpretation of the signal for the listener, on the other hand, the encoding and algorithmic instructions are reversed. After 10 years of investigation into the meaning system underlying English, I sketched out the following representation of what I'm calling the tree of meaning in cross-section. Here's what it looks like. What you're looking at is a map of the meaning system behind English. However, I consider this graphic to be generic. It could equally apply to any one of the 7,000 or so languages spoken around the world. This figure holds massive implications for the origin of languages, the true nature of languages, and for consciousness itself. Notice too that the key bifurcation on the tree of meaning is the separation of meaning into two branches or channels. What is me, the self, or the linguistic representation of the self, the I, and what is not me, or other, which is basically everything else. Although not depicted here, the branch designated object, not me, other, contains all of the concepts in the system spreading out from the space and time vectors to encompass all spatial entities, those entities with dimension, and all temporal entities, those that either represent activity in time or are periodic in nature. In contrast, the subject branch of the tree here is represented by only two branches, me and by I, the inner eye of the witnessing self. The double-sided arrow here, shown in yellow, represents the relationship of the I, or me, to the object, not me, other branch of the tree. At some point, as I was working on my meaning-related project, I ran across this quotation about consciousness in Carl Jung's book, Ion, Researches into the Phenomenology of the Self, first published in 1951. The quotation reads as follows: "Union of opposites is equivalent to unconsciousness, so far as human logic goes, for consciousness presupposes a differentiation into subject and object and a relation between them. Where there is no other, or it does not yet exist, all possibility of consciousness ceases." This quotation distills the essence of consciousness in three elements. To understand consciousness, therefore, you have to understand all three elements, subject, object, and relation, and in particular the relational aspect of the elements. This is a graph illustrating that same logic, expressed by Jung over 70 years ago. The architecture is extremely simple. For consciousness to exist, you need a bifurcation of one into two, which in turn creates a relationship between the two separated channels. The relationship aspect is marked here with a double-headed arrow. For all intents and purposes, it's a visual representation or map of consciousness. When I saw this rudimentary tree-like structure, it immediately put me in mind of the tree of meaning that you saw earlier. This leads into the final part of my presentation. I overlaid one map on the other, and sure enough, the architectures of the two trees, the tree of meaning and tree of consciousness, were a match. But I asked myself, how could that be? How could it be that a map of the tree of meaning underlying English and a map of consciousness have the same basic architecture? It took a while to register, but I finally realized that they look the same because they are the same. In fact, they're identical in terms of their underlying structure, this basic structure here, the Y structure. Both the tree of meaning and of consciousness are implementing the same attribute, namely consciousness. In other words, consciousness and meaning are two sides of the same coin. A meaning system gives rise to consciousness by splitting or bifurcating the tree of meaning into subject and object, thereby creating a relationship between the two separated elements. And from the interaction of these three elements, subject, object, relation, consciousness emerges. The synergy of the elements, subject, object, and relation, gives rise to the recursive ability of the subjective I to reflect on itself and on its relationship with other in a manner that is characteristic of consciousness. The recognition that the architecture of consciousness and of meaning systems are identical forces me to amend my original thesis from consciousness is an emergent property of meaning systems to consciousness is meaning. They are one in the same, just differently stated. Thank you for your attention. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions or comments regarding this presentation. You will find my contact email address below.
Hello everybody, it's good to see you out there. I'm Naghmeh Rezai. I'm happy to be presenting Cosmo Itel's research study on the word's unity of existence. Linguistic studies, in their interdisciplinary engagement with philosophy, sociocultural studies, phenomenology, natural science, and neuroscience, have not come up with any long-standing theories in response to fundamental questions about the origin and evolvement of human language. How did it all begin? How does it continue? How did human beings evolve to become the only species on Earth in charge of the faculty of language? If it is a matter of evolution, why did the mutation that caused the formulation of language capability in the human brain not take place elsewhere and in animals? Linguists disagree about the origin and evolvement of languages. However, they agree that any hypothesis about the origin, formation, emergence, and evolution of language is just one more assumption with the same unbridgeable gaps between what we know and what we cannot know. Neither the engagements of the theory of evolution nor the advancements of neuroscience have led to a turning point in the history of our knowledge of human languages. Language theories are often described as scenarios for the emergence of language, with a wide range of epistemological grounds, from Descartes' mind-body dualism, which attributes the mastery of languages to human soul, to Saussure's reading of science and structuralism, which scrutinizes language as a system, to Chomsky's theory of universal grammar, grounded in biology but looking beyond. Language has often been proposed as an adaptation through natural selection, but language scholars have not come up with any justification for this mutation's uniqueness to the human species. Within the context of cognitive science, the question of the origin of language has been marginalized because of the lack of evidence and objectivity. The ambiguities of language's emergence and evolution are so far beyond natural science's actual domain that they are routinely discarded as mysteries or matters of metaphysics in favor of more feasible methodologies that investigate language development in sociocultural contexts like social interactionist theory or behaviorist theory. Noam Chomsky expresses that the basic questions about language acquisition have never received any satisfactory answers. He has shared his doubts about the ability of current studies to provide better answers for these fundamental questions. The hard problems were not solved, rather abandoned, as science turned to its more modest post-Newtonian course. Within the range of feasible inquiry, there is plenty of work to be done in understanding mental aspects of the world, including human language, Chomsky asserts. Chomsky's theory of universal grammar continues to be one of the most influential narratives in language theory, although it has been criticized and even doubted as pseudoscience because of not being falsifiable and the inaccessibility of the language acquisition device in the study of brain, and thus the inapprovability of its existence. There is a gap in his theory when approached from biology's perspective. Chomsky is not conservative about how sharply understanding declines beyond the simplest systems of nature, in his own words. His awareness of the problem of consciousness as the hard problem, the one that is not within our grasp, speaks of the gap in language theory and calls for the gap filler. This study introduces Muhammad Ali Taheri's theory of consciousness, T-consciousness, as the gateway to the origin of language in the human mind. T-consciousness stands for the non-material and non-energetic constituent of the universe, the third fundamental element which generates both matter and energy. Science fact, an emerging field of scientific studies based on Taheri's theory, is investigating the existence of T-consciousness through the application of T-consciousness fields in multidisciplinary areas including physics, chemistry, and biology. The phase-based studies of T-consciousness fields in science fact sketch 4 preliminary phases for investigating the existence and effects of T-consciousness fields in applied science. The existence of T-consciousness and the trajectory of the approval of its existence by research results will enable humanities scholars to draw on consciousness not as an evasive concept which is not within our grasp, but as a turning point in the humanities discourse that extends our understanding beyond the systems of nature. This study argues that T-consciousness theory bridges a major gap between what we know about the human brain and what we do not know about language acquisition. The study of the interrelation between human T-consciousness and the cosmic consciousness network in Taheri's theory provides new explanations of the emergence of language in human mind. According to Taheri's theory, human beings have not invented the language, but have detected it. We argue that the emergence of language from existence to being is a revelation, and the multiplicity of languages, with their internal harmonies and unison, is readable as externalizations of a unified source text. We conceptualize this phenomenon as the word's unity of existence. The word's unity of existence, وحدت وجود کلمه, conceptualizes a unified unmanifest, the untextualized text, of which every other text is inherently a transcription or an adaptation, and each emerging language a revelation. This theory can initiate border-crossing dialogues in linguistics, phenomenology, hermeneutics, and theory of intertextuality, and a diversifying approach to the origin of the text as well as the origin of the language. Taheri's theory is expected to initiate a dialogue with Chomsky's theory, as it provides new evidence to revisit the concept of universal grammar, bridge the gap in UG theory, and go beyond its limits. In bridging the gaps between studying the brain and understanding the mind, Taheri's theory develops a software-oriented discourse, according to which the innate language acquisition device is definable as language software, grounded in mind, operating in brain, and programmable by T-consciousness. The fact that the software cannot be detected in the hardware of the human brain, according to this approach, does not mean it does not exist. In this theoretical narrative, the language software's primary activation in the human species, generally described as an unexplained mutation, correlates with human beings coming to awareness of one's existence, the T-consciousness surfacing as self-T-consciousness, developing language ability and self-consciousness as two unique attributes of human species on the path of evolution. According to linguistics, there are over 6,000 languages and dialects in the world, with constant variations and no actual borders in between. Chomsky explains that languages and dialects gradually shift or dissolve into one another if we move from one geographical point to the other one in two neighboring states or countries. Thus, we cannot easily map the territories of languages with solid lines based on the geopolitical borders of so-called national languages. This study draws on the concept of the unibody, tan wahide, in Taheri's theory to explain that the multiplicity of human languages, in their recurring patterns, internal harmonies, and dialogic interrelations, entails unity in the T-consciousness level. We describe this phenomenon as the unified body of languages. Chomsky's call for an eventual unification in the study of language and other human faculties is echoed in the prospects of Taheri's concept of farakolnegari, supraholism based on the theory of T-consciousness. How unification might take place, or whether it can be achieved by human intelligence or even in principle, we will not know until we know, Chomsky asserts. T-consciousness theory responds to this call for unification, inviting a dawn of the new age of knowledge. Thanks for being with us. Please do not hesitate to get in touch with the Cosmo Intel Center with any questions, concerns, or if you are interested in cooperating with future research.
Hi, my name is Jason Marr. We have a team to study consciousness from 1990s. Now we have developed a model system of consciousness to tell what consciousness is and how to measure it. My presentation is the central nervous system independent consciousness system and the strong AI. My presentation is in 4 parts. First, explain our view on consciousness studies. Second, explain our theory of consciousness. Third, explain our method of doing this research. Fourth, explain our discoveries' implication to strong AI. Let me explain our view on consciousness with this picture. Is the CNS only an equipment that can do some of the functions in our mental processes, as what TV set can do for TV programs? The CNS cannot produce consciousness, but there is an unknown consciousness system that produces consciousness directly. Our answer is yes. You see, in the eyes of this cat is the TV set that produces TV programs. Now let's explain our theory with the general model of nature. And the model has 3 layers. The first layer is about nature. See, the nature has 2 elements. One is material, the other is consciousness. And life phenomenon is only the intersection of these 2 elements. And the second layer is about life. And we choose human brain as the focus of life science. And we see human brain has 2 subsystems. One is the CNS, and the other is the consciousness system. So the brain science has 3 theories. One is the theory of CNS. The other is the theory of consciousness system. And the third one is the theory about their interaction. Yeah, third theory, instead of only the theory about the CNS. The third layer is about the consciousness system. Yeah. We see the consciousness system produce consciousness signals, and the signals is known to us as memories, subsystems, and the subjective system. And these three concerns is known to us only as three excitation levels of the consciousness signals. This is the words of last two slides. This is the concept map to explain our theory in more details, especially the physics theory behind the models. This is our paper. The third part is about methods. Let's explain with the general methodology of research. Science is to see things beyond phenomena. Consciousness study have brought us some basic understanding of nature, to summarize nature and science. And this in turn has provided us the methods to study consciousness. First, the intrinsicality of nature. It refers to the fundamental property of nature, as the change of everything can only be described by two words, logical and non-logical. We have discovered that the intrinsicality of nature is logicality and non-absoluteness, and we use non-absoluteness to stand for non-logical. This new knowledge is powerful in science, and we have described the details at the section 2 of our paper. But let's now focus on the methods of our research. The intrinsicality of nature has told us the general methodology of research. You see, logicality gives the systematicness of everything, and non-absoluteness gives the wholeness of everything. Hierarchy. Hierarchy is the basic form of logicality, and it refers to use hierarchical trees to describe entities. That's why we use that hierarchical general model of nature to tell what consciousness is. Elementarization. Elementarization is the basis of hierarchy. It can be done with the two opposite character of entities. That's why we elementarize nature with two elements, material and consciousness. That's why we elementarize brain with two subsystems, the CNS and the consciousness systems. Elementarization can also be done with distinct procedural name of entities. That's why we elementarize the consciousness signals by three elements: memory, subconsciousness, and subjective consciousness. Perspectives. Perspectives means to study an entity from different disciplines, such as physics, biology. But it also means to study the entity's structure, behavior, and running details. That's why our research has been studying the consciousness systems, structure, behavior, and running details. General reality. General reality is the basis for wholeness, and it refers to focus on the primary goal of research, and stipulates the primary goal by a few yes or no questions and ignores all others. That's why we focus on if there is a CNS-independent consciousness system, and if memory, subconsciousness, and subjective consciousness are just the three excitation forms of the consciousness signals. Alienation. Alienation is the basic of generality. When Newton saw an apple fall on the ground, he did not know that apple belongs to the earth or not. He just considered it as another planet. Then he discovered the gravity law. That's why we suppose that there is a consciousness system besides the CNS. Boundary condition. Boundary conditions is the main practice for the wholeness, and it is the basis to know all things. That's why we have kept focusing on telling the boundary condition of the linear thinking and the nonlinear thinking in our 30 years research of consciousness. I hope that the above 6 points have explained our methods of studying consciousness to an extent. Please note that these 6 elements can be applied to any research project. That's why it is named the general methodology of research. And this is just what we have said about methods. Now, let's introduce our discoveries' implication to strong AI. Intelligence has 4 subsystems: intention, cognition, decision, and action. Strong AI should have a self-controlled intention. But the basis is that it can process real concepts, which is a shifting hierarchy system in knowledge elements, instead of concepts in material, which is fixed and not shiftable. We should already have learned how to develop this hierarchy system and to develop the conscious-alike AI that will compute real concepts. Okay, thank you. Thank you for all of you. You can give me email for more information.